God damn it. God fucking damn it.
What happened?
Alright. Alright. Streaming. Let me get my... Give it my own channel.
For each minute past 6, you owe me $100, Jam.
No.
I don't owe you shit.
I don't owe you shit, my bitch.
Joke's on you, he can't afford the first minute.
Hey, shit.
For some reason, Jam just refuses to work the street corner.
Of course I would.
Do you have the body confidence for that?
No. I don't have the body confidence to even say anything good about myself. The fuck you mean have the body confidence to work the street corner?
Oh, how's it feel?
Pretty fucking bad, honestly. Anyways, we're streaming now.
Alrighty.
Everything is going.
I mean, the stream title is wrong and everything else is wrong, but that doesn't really matter right now. I can fix that over the time of actually you doing stuff, so.
Yeah.
The recording.
Alright, let's continue that conversation about street corners.
Oh, shh.
Recording is fine, live is fine, we are live. We are good. Let's go. Continue your bitch.
Very nice. Cool. So, it has been a hot minute since we've played, but in an effort to get everyone back up to speed on the current passing events, for those who were here and those who were not, I will give a detailed recap in session 1. Of course, the first visions of this world were within a strange space with a amazing, beautiful vortex of light and energy, followed by a beam that led into it. There were others with you, your peers, that were suddenly met in this space, with a voice calling to you to get to the beam at all costs. It's quite strange that this event took place outside of any semblance of memory. You weren't sure how you got there. There was just you, the drifting of space and stars, and this vortex, this gate, as a mysterious voice had called out to you, describing this beam which was just in front of you. Getting to this beam proved difficult, as trying to approach it seemed to invoke memories and visions and specters of your past in a variety of forms, many from hardship. Still, through the 5 individuals in this space, overcoming these visions and touching this beam of light and being transported into this gateway of light in space, that vision ended. 5 pods opened, and the party awoke in their own bodies here on Helios, inside of a bizarre laboratory, not remembering how they got there. Finding it difficult to move, they quickly met the one responsible for their current situation, the Startographer, a heavily clad, lens-abundant figure who had orchestrated this strange set of events. It seems as though memories have been lost from the time that the Cartographer Corps, or Cartographer Patrol 26, left Highshire to getting here. 3 days of untapped memories. Still, it seems as though a bargain was struck with the Startographer, and your ends were met with it. And his end was also held, as in return for your strange, ethereal experience that he put you to, he gave you a wondrous device, the Cartographer Core, a wondrous and enigmatic device that seems to evade all semblance of understanding. Here it is. Upon being used correctly, it can display the local topography of the area within several miles radius. Unprecedented insights in a world that is all but obscured, living behind walls for so long. What's more, there is a variety of other abilities which seems to be locked within this that the Startographer refused to elaborate on. One of them seems to be the ability to store imagery within it. A revelation was discovered when the Startographer was fulfilling his end in creating this device. He had a vision when the omen occurred and the star fell to Helios. Just before this occurred, something left Helios in the same trajectory, as illustrated by an image also stored in the cartographer core. A strange beam of light arcing up into the sky and out of sight. Being able to further understand what this means has yet to be realized. But leaving the Startographer and his laboratory, and by some means then arriving onto an island, they found themselves with a ship and an ally to get them back home. An ally which was an outsider who lived outside of Highshire's walls, which tagged along with this cartographer patrol. His name was Obosh, a half-orc, and he seems to have been a key figure in getting you to where you were, as he knew how to sail and had something of a sail barge for you to use. Sailing back to the shores and then braving the elements to eventually get back to Highshire, encountering many anomalies along the way. Much of it was treacherous. You arrived at the walls of Highshire to see them under attack by a gargantuan monster that had been in the leagues with many others of its kind, attacking Highshire, breaking down those walls to get to the inner kingdom, where the people you're trying to protect lay. Assisting with fending off this monster, the cartographer Patrol 26 managed to get in. But of course, Obosh was separated in an effort to draw away the undead that this creature had spawned. Making it inside and then heading to the capital, he saw the sights and the hardships that life inside of Highshire had to offer. Eventually making it to the Inquisition to report your findings. They were quite surprised that you had not only the measure of success that you did, but everyone had survived, not a scratch on them, more or less. And eventually met with many of the Inquisitors, including a particularly prominent Inquisitor which seems to have a sort of status. One by the name of Akoda. Akoda was very thorough in her investigation with the party, asked many questions, and through the answers she got, it only seems to raise more questions with everyone as to what being handed this cartographer core truly means, what the Sartographer wants truly, whether they can be considered an ally or something less, and what this device really means. Some demands were made by the party, some accommodations for future travels, and while the Inquisition went to collect their thoughts on everything that has occurred and how to proceed, the party was given a dismissal to spend the night within Highshire's inner kingdom to rest, which was well deserved. Settling into the tavern by the name of the Singing Ring, there were drinks, meals, and something of a brawl which took place. Miax, of course, indulging and emerging victorious against the mighty Spitsnaw. Everyone more or less earned their place upstairs in their rooms where they can finally, unabated, without danger lurking over them at every turn, rest. Which brings us to the present moment. If you haven't already, go ahead and long rest to regenerate all of your HP, spell slots, abilities, etc. Because I know some of you still had some pretty hurt-looking sheets.
I didn't do that.
Get on
there was
that.
a lot of red on your sheet. I was like, oh wow, that sucks.
That's a lot of
There's a lot of almost dead people
A
here.
lot of blood.
that motherfucker's
blood.
at 5 HP. By the way, is this session 5? I put session 5
This is
question
session
mark?
4.
Oh, okay.
Session
It's
4.
okay. It doesn't matter.
It'll be right next time.
Yeah.
No, yeah, this is session 4. Anyways, during that, I had to leave, go get a phone charger. My phone was dead.
Yeah.
And I need that to log into Twitch on my iPad.
That's fine.
That was annoying.
There would be the muffled riffraff of the crowd that sprawls into the night. But it's only a muffle. Inside of your rooms, it is quiet and peaceful, which, even though your memories are still fuzzy, it's a very welcome change. Not having to constantly watch your backs in no man's land. You find being able to sleep in beds behind safe walls in a warm room is every luxury you had dreamed of returning to. And everyone has a peaceful rest leading into early morning.
Just to double check, to make sure I'm not mistaken, we were all in one big room with bunks. The same room, right?
Yes. Yes, you were.
Sleepover.
Yeah.
Are we acknowledging the others, or did they fuck off in the middle of the night?
Whom?
That's okay. I see how it is.
Yeah, move on.
If you're asking about Nashira and Girvan, they are there. They are still hastily falling to sleep, and still into the morning, fast asleep.
They will not
Looks
wake
like,
up.
If anyone wanted to do anything, prepare anything, now would be the time. If not, we will move forward.
I
I
was
did.
told to go beat up some recruits. Would
This
that
is
be
true.
about time to go beat up recruits?
Yeah, he mentioned the morning.
Well, Mirix would get up early for that and just go beat up some poor individuals.
All right. Giving yourself a stretch and feeling the fading bruises of last night's brawl, you head out and make haste towards the training grounds, which there is a division of that here in the inner wall, which is actually rather close to the Hall of the Inquisition, and you storm off. And even in the early morning, these streets are still very crowded. Given the current circumstances and everyone's crowding on the inner walls, there's no shortage of hustle and bustle, and we'll say you're off towards that location.
Alrighty.
As for the rest of the party, any actions?
Something did cross my mind in the time between last time. I did want to inspect the inquisitorial pendant, I believe it was.
Oh, the thing that they gave you that you essentially can flash to anyone.
Yeah,
Can't wait to
because I am super paranoid and totally think they're using this to spy on us. I did want to go through the motions of ritual casting, detect magic, and otherwise inspecting it for any shenanigans.
Okay. Being a ritual cast, you would take the time in the morning to do so, and you get a thorough read on these pendants that are essentially felt through everyone, since everyone contains one that's in the room. And you would detect there is no magic on these. They appear to be a little more than a government-branded seal. And it's very elegant. It essentially is the profile of Zula, and behind her is a sun. And essentially framing this profile and sun is a ring, and you can tell kind of by the way the complexion of the details on this ring, it's made to resemble the rings of Highshire's Valley, the giant singing rings that loom above. And like I said, it's inert magic-wise, although great effort has been put into this to make it as difficult to create a forgery as possible. You can see it's treated with a number of oils that when you reflect it in the light in certain degrees, it shines a variety of different colors. It's quite pretty. But it would ultimately rest your paranoia, as there seems to be nothing nefarious with these things.
All right. Were we? I believe we were supposed to head somewhere. If you could jog my memory.
You would remember, given this is only the previous night, that they gave you a bit of a leeway to spend the night, however, but they expected you back within the Hall of the Inquisition at first light in order to further assess the next immediate actions you're going to be taking. Now that they've had many hours with some of their top brains to properly lay out all these pieces and try to make the best judgment call and try to get some insight. Essentially, we're taking everything from your discussion and whatever their outcome is for you to find out. Essentially around this time.
All right. Yeah, I'll prepare myself for the morning. Glance around the room. I suppose I see Mirix absent.
You would. It seems as though he has slipped out a little bit earlier than you awakening.
Is Dagny awake?
Well, before we establish that, I wanted to ask, would I know if there is a temple of Zula within the inner circle?
Oh, plenty. Yeah, probably within a 5-10 minute walk from here, you can easily find one.
Yeah, I think probably shortly after Mayarks left, she would definitely be getting up and going to the nearest one.
Okay.
Fucking Rin wakes
that-
up. Where the fuck is everyone?
We will say that you had made arrangements, because I imagine you would plan this out ahead of time, being studious, that you would get up and, without disturbing anyone, would head out the front door and out of the singing ring, and sure enough, within a few minutes of walking in a nearby direction, would be able to spot a nearby church of Zula.
Okay.
And would make your approach. As for Rin, what you would actually see is 2 empty beds and 2 occupied beds, one with Gervan and one with Nashira, who are mostly still asleep but are beginning to show signs of stirring.
I will go ahead and usher them awake.
Nashira would be very quick to wake up. Within just a quick touch of her shoulder, and her eyes would shoot awake, and she would kind of go, good morning, Rin. Heading out already?
Indeed, we are expected back at the Inquisition.
That's right. They did say that we should be back first thing. And given everything that's going on, I wouldn't keep them waiting. Where's everyone else? Did they already go?
I do not know. The fool most likely wandered off. As for Dagny, perhaps she had business. Regardless, I am not going to waste my time searching for them. Awaken Gearbon and prepare yourselves. We are heading to the Inquisition as soon as possible.
Alright. It makes sense that they would probably head in the same place as us. Maybe they just didn't want to wake us. Alright. And she would go ahead and nudge Gervan a bit, and he takes a little more encouragement than her to wake. He seems to be a heavier sleeper than her. And you would see kind of his antenna would twitch before his eyes would slowly peel open, and he would give a groggy acknowledgement that it's time to go. I imagine there would be little interactions further where you're picking up your things, making sure that all is ready to go, and would be the 3 of you heading out of the room.
Yep.
And out you go. You would return your key to the front desk, and you would get an acknowledging nod from the barkeep, who is the same barkeep from last night. Seems like he works a lot of hours and gets little sleep. And he gives a smile and a nod as you both, or the 3 of you rather, would head out, and he would give a wave as well. Hey, take care, cartographers. You're doing good work. Don't die out there, okay? There's enough of that going on already.
You cannot make me. I will if I want.
You're not here.
I know.
Perish! I hope you died in a training accident.
Javelin to the throat.
But yeah, I'm moving at a brisk pace where we are supposed to be.
Right. As for those who are not where they're supposed to be,
Hey, I was invited. I have an excuse.
So where I'm supposed to be.
there we are. You can see the first rays of dawn that are peeking over the valley, Mierks, as you continue forth. And you go relatively in the same direction as the Hall of the Inquisition. This training ground that you would know is here, and reasonably, Garrison would be talking about this one since you were forbidden to leave the inner circle. You would head over towards this training ground. You would know that this is not your typical training ground. It's more so something that is reserved for those training to become elites. Because despite them having to be battle proven, they do go through some rigorous and somewhat religious training as well. And you would arrive to find that it is largely deserted, save for a few of the Shire Guard that are hanging around, seemingly performing normal duties. There's a number of seemingly commoners that are speaking with them, things to report and things to complain about, things like that. But they seem to be mostly dismissing whatever it is that they're addressing and are going about. Moving supplies, getting things moved out to the edge of the walls, you would imagine. No shortage of things to do. But at first, no sign of Captain Garrison.
Is there a nearby building, like the main garrison kind of thing?
There is. There's a main entrance as well.
I'll just head over there.
You would head in. Working the front desk as you step in, there would be an older woman with this tight braid that's made back of her hair. Seems to be a half-orc in Shire Guard attire. There's a number of Shire Guard officials, less guards and more so clergymen, that are shuffling things as well. It seems as though they're borderline in over their heads given everything that's going on. And you kind of have to shove your way in because there's commoners in here as well with much of the same business. You see there's an old man with a grumpy look on his face that seems to be crossing his arms and angrily tapping his foot, waiting to get some sort of service. There's a younger woman at the desk talking to this half-orc, and she seems to have a look of worry on her face. You catch a glimpse of it. She is describing some sort of robbery that took place within her domicile. People that are stealing food, right? Particularly leaving gold. Kind of curious.
That's
And-
not theft. That's just buying things.
You're saying that in characters at your inner monologue.
It's just that's out of character. Just not really talking to them. That's not theft. That's just purchasing goods.
For free. Yeah, it would take a moment, but you would get the attention of the receptionist as she's quickly waving you to approach the desk, as it seems as though time is of the essence.
Did
And-
Garrison leave word of where he was going?
Captain Garrison? No, he hasn't even been here in the last 5-6 days. No sign of him here. Probably want to try with the Inquisition, but good luck getting in there.
Son of a bitch. Alright. I was told that training would be happening here, but it's pretty dead.
Oh, honey, we're all told things, but these are crazy times. If that's it,
That is
and
it.
she's kind of gesturing you to the door,
Have a
and
good
she's already waving the person behind you.
Just start heading to the Inquisition as I don't get to beat up young people.
It's rather unfortunate on your way out. You do see one or two. It looks like they're kind of a newbie Shire Guard that are kind of waiting in line on a bench, and they're kind of being talked to by one of the Shire Guard proper. You kind of see like, those would be them. Those would be them if only. But alas, Garrison is not here.
I have work to do, son of a bitch.
You would have a brief recollection in your mind as you're heading back. It was actually something that Governor Strauss said to you when you presented the Cartographer Corps. He mentioned or grumbled about having paperwork to do because of your discovery. And you'd imagine maybe Garrison was roped into something like that too.
I'll head over to the main front. I want to find Garrison. He cool.
Right. As for Dagny, you would head into the House of Zula. And heading into here, there is an ongoing service. From what you can tell, I mean, there seems to be back-to-back services that are taking place, and they are nearly full houses. You can see as you approach, there are mostly filled pews, and there is a priest of sorts that is with two arms extended open palm, giving some sort of preach to the masses. A prayer for protection, for clarity, and for a brighter faith for humanity's future. Something along those lines. The words were lost trying to get in with so much riffraff, but as you enter, you can hear it a little bit more clearly. It seems as though it's busy in here, just as it's busy outside.
Well, I think for her, she is gonna try and find a small corner to herself, despite the space.
Mhm.
And
Easily done.
yeah.
There would
And
be a number of offshoots where you can certainly find a quiet corner.
okay, when I look towards the priest, like, does it seem like there's a mural or some sort of statue of Zula or whatever?
Yes, there would be a small stone statue of Zula behind the altar, with some. It's kind of weaved into a mural. It's kind of like a carved stone mural on a much smaller scale from the one that you had witnessed within the Hall of the Inquisition. Less grandiose, a little bit more rudimentary, but it more or less depicts the same image and is in quite nice condition. You imagine they go to great lengths to keep it looking nice.
Okay, I'm not really gonna hunker down in the corner, but I'm gonna try and sort of still myself, close my eyes, and while trying to shut out the energies of the other people around me, I'm going to see if I can feel the same energy that I felt while I was in the Hall of the Inquisition, where where the mural of Zula was.
Okay. You would kneel down and would still yourself to the best of your ability and would clear your mind of all troubled thought. And it does take quite a minute given there's still a lot on your mind given recent events and given the unprecedented times. Go ahead and make a religion check here just to gauge your ability to channel this sort of thing.
Dirty 20.
It would take a few moments because, granted, there's still a lot on your plate, but after a while, you would feel the surroundings begin to quiet until it's all but a distant murmur. And there would be something of a calmness that very suddenly washes over you. You would slow and deepen your breath, almost subconsciously. And the longer that you hold this feeling, the more intense and center face it is. Granted, it's a more brisk morning, but there's almost like an indescribable warmth you can feel on your chest as you sit in stillness. And it's a bit of a strange, contradictory sensation as you seem to be pushing away all external sensory, yet there seems to almost be a extra presence beyond all of that that seems to encourage and help this sort of calmness. It's as if you had stepped out of the world of craziness and death and destruction and had almost sidestepped into one that is parallel to it, one of peace and reflection. And given that this is such a welcoming feeling, you almost lose track of time as the seconds, minutes all seem to melt away as the arbitrary passing of time becomes irrelevant in this sensation. You are at peace.
Because she's somewhat logically minded, she is going to psychically try and reach out to this energy that she's focusing on, hoping for some sort of an answer.
Okay. Is there a specific question that you're trying to have answered?
I think the main question on her mind is, are you there?
There would be a long continued stillness with your conscious thought almost interrupting it, but it does echo out into the bubble of the sensation. And there wouldn't be any striking, intrusive responses of any kind that enter your mind. However, this calmness only seems to sturdy itself. A calmness that is almost akin to a sense of warmth you feel within the presence of your own mother. As if someone is here watching over you, and everything you were worried about has become irrelevant. It's something you were feeling up until this moment, but only continues to become more apparent. And you feel even further at ease.
But she doesn't really get any sort of an answer. It's just a feeling.
Yes, and it's a feeling rather than something like actual words.
I think despite the silence, there are many questions she wants to pause it, and she's running through them at like miles a minute, but she can't really focus on one as opposed to what she just asked. And I think just the fact that she has so many questions yet to be answered or left unanswered, it causes her some sort of an anxiety, and she's trying very hard to stay calm, but I think it gets the best of her, and she unintentionally breaks out of that concentration and just her eyes are shot open, like everything floods into her, and she's overstimulated for a minute, and she looks around hoping that nobody else saw or heard what just happened with her before she decides to leave and head for the Inquisition.
There would be a moment of wrestling between the ease that you felt and the anxiety of the present world and all the questions that you have, and you'd ultimately falter and snap back into the present moment to find there is a bit of a louder commotion that would assist in this snapping back. You can see that the mass is concluding and many are beginning to file out. You can see in different alcoves of this particular church that there are small congregations, some people by themselves, some with loved ones, and others that are closing off themselves in a similar fashion. It seems as though this kind of practice is very commonplace in here, and no one seems to be paying you any particular mind. This is a place of prayer and reflection and peace, and the people seem to understand that quite well.
Yeah, she's sort of hobbling out, seeing everybody just kind of making themselves oblivious to things outside of their circle, and she is making her way out. I think she feels this sort of panic attack going on, and she's trying to get out as fast as possible. It's almost like she can't breathe until she's out of the building.
You'd be lost in your own emotions, and out you go, back into the streets, as all of your worldly fears and anxieties come back to the forefront, more present than ever. You're not quite sure how much time passed. It seems as though the state you are in seemed to transcend time in a strange sense. You can see that the sun is definitely shining much brighter than it was, and you figure you should probably make your way towards the Inquisition around this time.
Yeah, filled with a sense of purpose, she just makes her way straight for it.
I wasn't even the most late.
Mm-hmm. All right. And off everyone goes at their own discretion towards the Hall of the Inquisition.
Most
All right.
importantly, do I beat Rin?
It would be the trio heading from the Singing Ring that would be the first ones to enter the High Capital and would arrive at the forefront of the Hall of the Inquisition. You can see waiting outside is nobody that is within your party. However, the hustle and bustle is ever true, as there are a number of scholars, inquisitors, shire guard, noblemen, you name it. It seems, if anything, that the amount of traffic has increased. People seem to all be talking amongst themselves in almost a hush-hush manner. And the more common folk that seem to approach these idle conversations, and the few that try to interject are almost shooed away. It seems as though there's a lot of gab that is broken out among these people. Rin, are you proceeding directly inwards?
I'd rather not have their tardiness be known to the Inquisition. So I shall await them outside for some time.
Ah, and wait you do. You would see Gervon is kind of looking around, a bit just as confused as you are. He kind of twitches his antenna a little bit. Perhaps they went off to the stores to maybe get some supplies that they didn't think to tell the Inquisition. I mean, there's plenty to do around here like that, right? Better to be prepared than to not.
A possibility, yes. However, they need to understand that we are a team. Whether we like it or not, we must have a certain amount of cohesion, which those two obviously do not comprehend. We will wait a while longer, and if they do not show within 20 or so minutes, we shall head in ourselves.
Nishira would tilt her head a little bit. Maybe they're already inside. I mean, perhaps they woke up earlier than us and decided to go together. And that's not too dissimilar from what we did. I think we should just go in. Before you have any time to further consider her words, there would be a heavy shuffling of metal that would be erupting from the Hall of the Inquisition. And of course, it would be the turn of the head to see the source, as you see a small company of Shireguard elite in their full decadent armor that come barreling out. Not quite a sprint, but more like a thickly paced jog. And you would see there is one that points a finger at the three of you and immediately calls out, "You there, Cartographer Patrol 26! In immediately." And his boys are quickly coming to your sides to meet you before you have any time to give this any thought. And it seems like they're pushing you in with great urgency.
Yeah, alright. Just fucking go.
A few other elites are clearing the crowd and pushing effectively everyone off of the main steps. getting the way cleared for you and seemingly pushing those who have no business sticking their nose into your own out of the way. Everyone seems to be treated equally with this hushing as this crowd is dispersed out and you are swept inside very promptly. After a solid 6 or 7 minutes, we would see Mierks bringing up the rear, coming to the steps of the Hall of the Inquisition.
If anything,
And-
mid, excuse you. I'm not last.
Whatever.
This is very important.
This is very important to me.
You're 4 out of 5.
Exactly.
You would just get to see the Hall of the Inquisition, and unlike the previous day, it is widely cleared out. There seems to be a perimeter that is established by the elite Shire Guard, and after just a moment of taking in the sight while approaching, you would see many of their heads fall onto you and just lock onto you, and 2 would immediately come at you. Not in a threatening manner, but one with great urgency as they would meet you on either side. Mierks Battlesmith of Cartographer Patrol 26, inside immediately.
Already on my way. Just not even stopping.
An additional 10 minutes would pass, and Dagny, after hastily making your way through the crowds of the High Capital, you would encounter much of the same sights, and get treated much of the same, as the Shire Guard elite would spot you, identify you, and would quickly apprehend you to bring you inside.
The main thing that she's going to say, do not put your hands on me. You know who my brother is.
There would be no reaction from the knighted, gilded figures, as they're not necessarily touching you per se, but they are very close to your sides as to give you an escort and are leading you forward.
Don't touch me, motherfucker.
They're not phased by your words in the slightest.
Just picks you up. You are coming with us.
As our 5 party members make it inside. 1 second. There we go. And inside you would arrive. And there would be a similar clearing that is established by the elite to get peering eyes and those gawking at business that is not theirs out of the immediate way for the 5 members of the Cartographer Patrol, as through all of the proceedings of the elite, you would be reunited and would continue as they are escorting you towards the deeper areas of the Hall of the Inquisition. Give me just a moment.
I would like to say I am giving both Mierks and Dagny the stink eye, or stink visor rather,
You
during
look-
our little trek.
You look at Mirix and he just goes, "Good morning. How are you doing?"
Dagny's not. I don't think Dagny has really looked at anybody. She's like deep in thought, looking at the ground.
I don't deign Mierks with response.
Much of the imagery found within the church is also reflected in the very decadent and master-crafted architecture within the Hall of the Inquisition. There's a bit of a celestial, ethereal presence that seems to bestow this place as the morning sun pierces through the colored panes of glass and bounces along these torches that again have a strange flicker in their flames. They almost seem to dance in an unusual way, as though these flames were conjured by something other than just flint and tinder. And with the Shire Guard now escorting the patrol deeper in, there would be a bit of a shift in the guard, as you would see some of the guards bring up the rear and seem to divide the party almost in two.
You can't divide
And-
5 very evenly.
No, but they can try.
Please
Well,
don't.
they can chop you in half and take your lower half.
I mean, if we just take you out of your suit, then there's 6.
There would be one of the elite that would come before the 5 of you and would speak. Dagny Silverhide, Mierx Battlesmith, and Rin. You will be coming with us as instructed by the Inquisitors. We have developments that require your attention. Gervon
What?
Satines, Nashira. You are required elsewhere. There are differing matters which you need to be addressed for.
What? Wait a minute. What are you
Wha-
accusing them of?
They, almost as if not even hearing you, would carry out the orders they were given, and Gervon and Nashira are brought over towards the right. And you can see
Wait
there's
a
a bit
minute.
of confused panic on their faces as Nashira's like, wait, what's actually... Gervon is like, hold on a second, I did want to speak to... I had something for Akota, and then off they go.
Where are you taking them?
They're quickly escorted into a small corridor, a door shuts, and they are off.
I approach the elite that's in front of us. Where are you taking them? What is going on?
That can be answered by the Inquisition. This is their orders. You're coming with us.
It seems we have more important matters to attend to. We'll meet them at brunch. It is fine.
If the Inquisition is separating us, it's probably worse than we think.
It is fine. They have their job.
She'll start rushing forward past the elite.
Oh, no, they would keep you in line. Are you going to try to contest them as they are trying to keep you in formation? And it seems they have a perimeter around you, and anyone who doesn't have immediate business with you is being shooed away by them well before you tread the ground.
Like, they may be escorting me, but they need to keep up with me.
There would be a Shire Guard elite in front of you, and you quickly quickening your stride, you would meet him, but he on a dime would swivel his head and would put a hand out to your chest and would slow your approach. And he would give a passing remark. This is for the matter of your own protection and for the future of Highshire. Please, we need your cooperation.
Cooperating, you just need to keep up. Where the hell are we going?
And with that, not getting a reply, you would be sent to a different offshoot. Gervon and Nashira were sent right. Everyone else is sent left. And into a separate room you would go.
Just along the way. Reen?
What?
What? What? Do you know how the core works at all? You're kind of the only one that had it for a while.
No. I would need more time, a better understanding, which I believe we will only get by encountering other Startographers. It is beyond my capabilities as of this moment.
Fair enough. You do not know what you can't know. It is fine.
Why do you ask?
Just curious. You seem like the smarter of all of us, I guess. Or the smartest kind of got shooed away, but that is beside the point. Pragmatic at most. Or at least, I should say.
continuing forward, you would be escorted into a room not too dissimilar from the one you initially spoke with Governor Strauss with, where you enter a very large, high-roofed study that has an extremely sturdy door. And you can see as you pass this door that is ajar, it has a number of iron locking mechanisms and bolts designed to keep this place sealed, much to the contesting of anything that would try to get inside.
I wish
As
I
you
had
enter this
magic.
room, there would be a sight that would garner the attention of all of you, as there would be a table on the far side of which is an immaculate celestial battle armored champion, huge in his complexion, not too unlike the ones you saw in the march that you bore witness to yesterday. As many have whispered, the name kind of comes to you. This is an icon of Zula, the champions of Highshire, the most consecrated of warriors. And those argue to be in touch with their faith closer than any other, seconded only to Zula's chosen. Flanked on either side would be familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. As for our friend Garrock, your time in the Inquisition after the death of every single one of your companions in your patrol has been taken care of. You've been well rested, but were woken early by Captain Garrison, who escorted you quickly to this room. As far as they told you, you were being reassigned, but further details on that were not divulged upon. But they attended to any of the needs that you had. And you would find yourself in this room with this immense, angelic warrior champion. You don't quite know how to describe it, overlooking the table. And all eyes would eventually fall upon the object of interest at the center of the table as everyone files in and sees a disheartening sight.
Like the face of anger that was initially on her face before it just instantly drops. Like, how does he look?
Dead.
He's deceased.
I
There
mean,
would
like
be
what damage was done to him?
getting a brief look at first. You would look upon his chest and see there are a number of apparent severances in his clothing and armor. You last saw him leading off the undead that were created by that monster, but the types of damage that the undead do to people who are found in their grasp are not like what you're seeing here. He would have been eaten to a skeleton, no doubt, at least from what you've read about the undead. What appears here are much more precise wounds. You can see there is a masterful, enchanting weaving of energy around the icon of Zula, as the consecrated halo upon his back is flaring in full glory, the light reflected upon the wings, and there is a weaving of holy light that seems to dance just above Obash's corpse. And all the workings that he seems to be doing, there doesn't appear to be any innate reaction from the body on the table. You would look to the right and see Akoda watching very anxiously, with her hands clasped behind her back. You can tell that she's trying her best to remain composed, but she's obviously troubled by this development. Captain Garrison has a similar expression, and Garrock, you weren't quite briefed on who this is, or who this is, that the many figures that just walked in the room, but you imagine they're of some importance.
Upon observing the corpse, would I be able to maybe at least try and hazard a guess about how this man met his fate.
You can roll medicine.
Let's see. Medicine. 21.
You know nothing about his fate, but just by taking a quick glance, you've seen similar wounds like this. There's no mistaking that whoever inflicted these wounds knew how to kill a person. There's several precise stab wounds on the chest that seem to be directed at his heart, his lungs, and you can see there is a precise wound along his throat as well. There's not too many wounds, it wasn't overdone, but each of them were calculated and expertly marked. Whoever killed him had training.
And it wasn't a wild creature for certain, then.
You know what the wild does to bodies, and this is nothing like it. This was done by someone with intelligence. Someone with cunning with a blade.
While I'm no stranger to bodies, Garrison, why am I here?
Are you asking that to Captain
Well,
Garrison
in
who's
a
beside
sort
you?
of more hushed voice, but yes. While still looking at the body.
Captain Garrison would, in a similarly low hush, kind of respond to your query. Well, truth be told, I'm just following the orders that were given. See those three that just walked in the door? Those are cartographers just like you. They had quite a discovery. I don't even know if I can talk about it, to be honest. But all I do know is the guy on the table was their friend. He was out there with them, and something happened.
I see. Is there any ideas of how that happened?
Well, based on my professional opinion, I'd say he died.
Astute observation, Garrison.
That's about all I got, man.
People die when they are killed.
Every 60 seconds, a minute passes.
Life is good to live.
On a serious note, however, whatever killed him was very good at doing so. Looks like they used... Would it be like I assume like a blade of some kind?
Most likely, yes.
Seemed they used a sword, striking at the heart and neck. Very
Check that
precise
out.
indeed.
Look at the severance along the neck like that. I would argue that's almost like a stab rather than a slash. That kind of technique is pretty common among those who are on the road for assassin persuasion. Whoever did this, well, I assume this isn't the first body they've made. But they killed the wrong person. Bastards outside the wall will mug anyone they can to stay alive, but this is... I don't know. Well, that's not what's bothering me. The big guy right there, they usually don't take long.
If it was a mundane wound, I assume Zula's grace would have fixed everything by now.
Yeah. Look at the corpse. Look at the wounds. The channels that it created. Look at the way they're twitching like that. I've seen this kind of divine magic people get healed up by these guys all the time. Well, not this big guy, but people that aspire to be like him one day. And, well, there's something that's keeping that wound open. You know? I don't know, that's the only way I could describe it.
Sounds like foul magic is afoot.
Or worse. Yeah. Loose lips, maybe. I've been commanding men for a while now, and this was strategically done. Bastard, whoever he is.
Well, let's hope the big guy can bring him back.
Yeah, here's to Zula for hoping. there would be the continued weaving of holy magic by the icon for a good couple of minutes as everyone would stand in sorrowful anticipation. And everyone would see much of the same thing, where these wounds that are expertly placed seem to quiver at the influence of the icon's magic, but there seems to be an opposing unseen party that is contesting the work that he's doing. And ultimately, through everything that this icon is casting, the body doesn't necessarily change in any considerable fashion. And eventually, there would be a dismissive wave of his hands. And there, by the way, as with all icons, there are 3 ethereal swords that are revolving around him. They seem to almost be like conduits for this sort of holy magic. They would give a flurry as everything is dispelled, and he clasps his hands together tight to his chest and would bow his head in a respective thought of prayer before he would raise it once again and would speak to the crowd at large.
I have done everything I can within the light bestowed upon myself from Zula to try and mend this broken soul. Unfortunately, despite greatest efforts, there seems to be complications to these grievous wounds. I cannot work my magic any further. Zula's light cannot pierce the veil of darkness that has been blanketed upon this lost one. There is something more sinister at play, regrettably. Apologies, Inquisitor. I have failed you. May Zula seek penance in my actions to follow.
Akoda would give a sorrowful nod of the head, accepting the defeat that the icon has inevitably reached, and would give a dismissive wave. You've done everything you can, no doubt. Thank you regardless. We're going to look into this further and do everything we can. Do not blame yourself for this failure. There are others at play here, as we have feared. And the icon gives a bow once again.
Thank you, Inquisitor. By Zula's grace, I am on my way and take my leave. May the light follow you.
And with a single half beat of his wings, he would fly above everyone and would land behind the party of 3. The door would open, and the icon would see himself out.
As soon as the icon leaves, like, Dagny is, like, slowly approaching Obash's body.
You do so, and no one stops you. The Shire Guard take their positions in the corners of the room, allowing for free movement for those concerned.
Garrison,
Yeah.
may I ask something of you?
Go for it.
Do you know where I could get a pearl?
Pearl?
Hmm.
You know, I
I-
think these guys were just asking for one too, but I don't know if they were able to requisition one or not.
If
They've
you
used a
could-
lot of them in recent times. It's kind of a hard thing to come by, you know? Comes from a place we can no longer reach, but I can try.
If
I don't know
you
what they do
could
for
get
you.
one, I might have an insight into what's stopping the icon.
There is a bunch of noblemen leaving the city. You might be able to buy one from him. Or from them. They're coming here.
That would require I have money, and unfortunately, I'm mostly a blacksmith.
I mean, flashing a Inquisition sigil seems to get your way around, so if you need it, I can let you borrow mine for a second. Just kind of looking at Garrison of don't say anything, you bitch.
Garrison gives a nod of understanding. Yeah, it seems like that sigil can get you almost anything these days. Even though people are clinging to the resources they got, even inside of the walls. But, the pearl? Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really the person to ask. I don't manage inventory, you know? I just work here.
You'll have to point me to the person who does then.
Well, the pretty lady across the room might be the one to ask. She was in charge of getting all these guys something.
I feel like I might want to give her a few moments first.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't piss her off.
No.
Any information, Sergeant?
That's Captain to you. And, well, all I know is the eggheads were hard at work with everything you gave them. And they were mulling about everything between you and all the other cartographers that were reporting in or not reporting in. I think they got something for you. A rendezvous, I guess you could call it. This guy here, and he kind of gives a pat on the shoulder to you, Garrock. This one's on the house. You don't have to work for it. This is Garrock. He was part of a cartographer patrol just like you. Small world, right? But, it looks like he's on his own now, given events. Sorry, man. But, hey, that's a weird way of working out, right?
Just takes a step forward
Well.
to you, extended hand. Lyrics.
He looks at the hand for a moment and then puts his own out to shake it. He is about like 7.5 foot tall, so maybe it looks a bit askewed when the handshake happens, depending on how tall Mirks is.
6 something, so about a foot taller. but-
Okay, not too far off then.
Yeah. Now that everyone has a moment away from the attention of Obash's body, you do get a good look at this figure. And he would tower over, I believe, even Rin within his suit. He is a mountain of a man and has this pale skin and a very burly build to him. And this protective mask obscuring his face as well as these black trappings, and seems to be fully equipped for anything that might come his way.
I enjoy the mask. It is quite fashionable.
Has scared off a creature or two, I'm sure.
More than likely.
I hope it doesn't scare anyone here, though. That's not the intention.
Scared. It is impossible to scare me, trust me. Just flashbacks to being covered in rubble.
Well, nothing wrong with meeting someone brave.
Business to attend to, just kinda... Come?
Well, apparently I'm on the house, so sure.
Free of charge. My favorite.
It's a freebie, Merrick. Don't spend it all in one place.
It is free, I can't spend anything.
I would
That doesn't
prefer
even
not
make
to
any
be
sense.
spent.
You said doesn't even make any sense, but either way.
Oh, damn it, Merrick. And Captain Garrison would bring up the rear with you guys and would center around the object of attention as all eyes would fall once again upon the corpse of Obash.
Yeah,
And-
Dagny is basically like looking at standing next to his head and just sort of petting his face, looking down at it.
I want to try and assess what weapon was used, what kind of weapon in particular.
Okay, make a medicine check.
Oh god. Can I use something other than medicine with, like, weapon knowledge is skillish thing work? Plenty of weapons. Perceive, maybe? Perception?
I guess you can roll investigation otherwise.
That's...
Less on the wounds and more so the wound patterns to identify like a weapon. If you're specifically going for a weapon, then yeah, I'd say investigation if that works for you.
Yep. Still base. 11.
The best you can discern is this wasn't bludgeoning, clearly. I mean, these were slash marks, and they are very precise. They didn't seem to slice any more than they absolutely needed to. There's an insertion point on the neck, as if a dagger made its perfect mark in the center of his neck. A similar wound right along the chest, 2 more for each lung, and it's hard to see, but judging by the blood splatter on his back and the perceived parting of cloth and leather on his back, do you imagine there may have been an additional strike to his spine as well? Perhaps that one was first, given the circumstances. It would have made sense from your battle prowess. Cripple an enemy and then finish them off, but that's more so a hypothesis than anything. All you know is it was a precise blade. It could have been a dagger, which would have been very fitting to this sort of nature of assassination, or it could have been the tip of a blade with some careful work. Hard to be sure.
Akoda, was all his belongings on his body whenever he was found, or were they taken?
We found him with nothing but what you see here.
Alright.
This is deeply troubling. Not only has our only source of insight to your journey to the Startographer now been lost, but it appears that there are others aware of the importance of the knowledge that you carry, as well as the knowledge that Obosh had carried as well. Regrettably, we were slower to find him than his assailant. This spells multiple things. For one, the Inquisition is not the only ones who are aware of the potential of power and knowledge you possess. It seems as though there are many eyes watching you, not just us, that are eager to manipulate the future of humanity as they see fit. And judging by the poor fate of Obosh, I imagine their intentions are less than favorable for us.
Didn't deserve this.
Do we have any more orders?
We have isolated 2 of your own for multiple reasons. Rin, we have looked into your request to identify any leads as to the child in your possession. Elijah?
Yes.
We found a lead with some minor probing and have come to a strange conclusion. A bit odd. There was a record of a child by the same name that was within these very inner walls. And they were abducted. They were abducted by a well-known human trafficker. One that has been on the top of our wanted list for many years, but has eluded us at every step, as if they have inside knowledge to our operations, despite us changing our strategies considerably to try to throw them off. There is a name, Portia Palinthorpe. Unfortunately, this name is drawn to more than just one tie within this cartographer patrol. It would appear that the House of Saidhines, one Gervan hails from, has some unclear connection to this Portia figure. We would suspect that the nature of study that they have indulged upon would align with the work performed by Portia. We separated you specifically from Gervan to not orchestrate any sort of unneeded altercations between you and him. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I've had an inkling of something nefarious about Gerban during our brief time as...
Is that certain? Can you elaborate?
When we returned to Highshire from our mission, he mistook a child as orphaned. He attempted to lure the girl onto the cart to bring her with him in an attempt to lead and bring the girl to his father at their estate, I believe he mentioned.
You can see there's a bit of a fire in her eyes that gets ignited by this, despite her attempt to maintain composed. Mistaken, huh? I wonder. This is troubling. We don't need inner affairs to complicate things any further. There's a lot at play, and there are players on the board which we don't even know the identities of, nor do we have any leads, as evidenced by the body that lay before us. Obash, as an outsider beyond the walls, more than proved his worth to be a true follower of Zula, a true successor to the future of humanity. He did not deserve the wounds that were inflicted on him. And yet here we are, with nothing more than a body and questions unanswered. You'll have to forgive the rather forceful entrance that we cleared for you. The elites are very strict in their orders, and they follow them to a T.
Where's my brother? Where's
Among
Felix?
But not here. Having family ties among the Shireguard elite in your keep would further complicate matters which we cannot afford. I assure you, he was among those who recovered Obash, but he is not here at the present moment. That is for your own emotional well-being.
Garrison,
Yeah.
can you ensure my brother is here, please? I want to talk with him.
Oh, yeah, I know Felix is around here. You were talking to him late last night before he brought back, well, Obash. I'll relay the message, okay?
Thank you.
I'll let him know.
May I cast a spell?
What are you casting?
I would like to cast Detect Magic as a ritual.
Ritual cast. Doesn't that take like 10 minutes?
Or
Yes, but I get the feeling it's not like we're in a rush at the moment,
No. Okay.
and I assume these conversations will continue anyway. So
They are. Yeah, like I would say that like while this was going on, you were beginning your process to cast this, and Akoda, this one right here, the Inquisitor, would turn towards you and would give yet another one of her trademark dismissive waves. Oh. Garak, I appreciate the intuition, but that won't be required. We've already examined this body with every favorable means that we know how. And regrettably, we've come up with only more questions. For example, the blade that was used to sever him from life was, without question, magical in nature. However, it leaves a mark on the body that we're not quite attuned to. It uses a rather chaotic form of magic that seems to disrupt anything that could resemble something that could mend the wounds, or speak with the dead, or even gain insight as to how this happened. I'm afraid that whoever orchestrated this killing thought many steps ahead, deep to my frustration. You mentioned that you were separated from him during a battle that took place along the walls. Is there anything you can tell me? Anything that he may have led on, even subtly? Adversaries on the outside? Previous ties when he was within the walls? Anything?
You make a
He only mentioned that he was exiled to protect his sister.
little bit more as well. He thinks it was a attempt to get him out of the city in general. Seems he thought it was a setup.
A setup? To get him exiled? How so?
he believes that he was set up for a robbery of some kind and was exiled after they deemed it was him. He killed them. Did he kill them? I do not. Out of character. Did he kill them? He was setting up to kill them, right?
I believe if I'm remembering what I said correctly, he messed them up pretty good, but he didn't make any kills, and that was very intentional.
What he
They just-
said is that he was robbed. He tracked the people who robbed him down to get back what's his and fucked them up.
Yes.
It was a brawl, and the Inquisition found him.
It lines up with our reports. I've already combed through it, and while I can understand a coup to get him out of the city, perhaps for gains of the family, perhaps to have some sort of ulterior motive regarding his sister, it wouldn't make sense for this assassination to take place so long after these events had taken place. They would have gotten what they needed, unless there's something else to this that we don't yet understand.
If you want, we could investigate it, or of something of the sort.
I already have many of our own doing such things. They've had years to hone their craft, and I promise you, if there is anything out there, they will eventually find it. However, we cannot count on such developments yet. There's more pressing matters. Take Obash for the example here. Every one of you is indispensable. We have isolated Gavon and Nashira not only for the reasons that complicate things here, but as a matter of insurance. To keep those who have felt the touch of the Startographer here within our walls in the untimely demise of any of you. It is unwise to put all of our eggs in one basket, as the expression goes. We need to take care. That is why we have entrusted the potential of Garrick to you. He was the sole survivor of an attack on one of the Heliosic entities that killed the rest of his patrol. He's proved a capable warrior.
I shall fight with him then, if need be.
Of course. They did not remind you of the significance of this peril that we are all in. It was complicated enough, but now it's only worse. We've surveyed the findings, anything and everything that we have so far in conjunction with what you've discovered, and we have a course of action for you to follow, should you agree.
I do not believe there is exactly a choice.
There is. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. You have special treatments with this Sartographer, and if there's anything within that communication gives you an edge or some sort of insight, the Inquisition would be ignorant to it, which is why, rather than command you, we ask you. It's a big world outside our walls. And as you know, there were many other cartographer patrols sent out for a variety of missions. And as of currently, given Obash is the only key we have to gaining answers to how you arrived at the Startographer. There is but one figure I can fathom that would be able to potentially dispel this cursed flesh that has brought him to death. We have many chaplains among our churches. They are few and far between, but they are powerful in their connection with Zula, to the extent where they have a personal influence over life and death. There is a chaplain which may be able to assist us in this predicament with Obash. However, he is currently away beyond the walls, with a cartographer patrol, such as yourselves.
Do we need to find them?
For what purpose was this chaplain sent with a patrol?
They were tasked with recovering an artifact not too dissimilar to the cartographer core that you possess, an object of power. It wasn't necessarily their mission to recover this thing, but it was the fruit of their ventures. Again, mirroring your own actions. The only trouble is they have not yet returned here. They have an excursion along the edge of our horizons. There was a building. No, it's more like a natural cathedral constructed from Helios itself that they took shelter in with this artifact they recovered, only to find the two were compatible. They've since holed up there. And with whatever energy they now have in their hands, any form of communication is no longer possible. Chaplain Sadrius is within their keep, in this cathedral. It is most beneficial for you to venture to them. You are the most capable we have, and if their artifact is anything like your own, perhaps with the meeting of the two, further questions will find answers.
Or we will explode.
Preferably not, but we'll see what we can do.
May I ask a question?
You have but to ask.
Is it relevant I know what this item that these people possess is?
I teleport it to my hand.
Well,
You would will to your hand the cartographer core, and Akoda kind of gives a bit of a motion to, yeah, hey, Garrick, give them some space, kind of like a backup motion almost, and Captain Garrison gives much of the same, having observances from the previous day.
Is their
And
armor still scarred?
There's still visible marks from the damage that the core did to her breastplate, but you can see that there was great care that was taken to it within the evening. It is repaired as good as it can be, but the faint signs of that bolt are still there. And as for Gerok, this is the object which they possess. And I'll say, for the sake of brevity, you're given a brief introduction towards what this thing does. They would tell you, as well as Akoda.
Also, do not touch it. She exploded when she did. Just gesturing towards Akoda.
I have no intention of interacting with something I know not the origin of.
Yeah.
Or perhaps I interrupted the careful procedure of whatever it was doing when it was creating its imagery. There's a number of hypotheses, but we can't be certain. Suffice to say, please don't touch it, Garok. You need to alive.
Fortunately for you, I can look with my eyes.
That's what eyes are for, yes?
Just by looking at it, is there anything I could possibly just glean from it as somebody who is a craftsman and knows a bit about the arcane and things like that?
This thing is unlike anything you have ever seen before. Just from a glance, the architecture and mechanisms and all of the complexions to every aspect of this is beyond you. It's something that, just at a glance, you have confirmation and validation in your mind that this startographer they've kept mentioning up until now is all but real, as a mysterious figure studying the stars, presumably advanced beyond the technologies of Highshire, could be the only thing that can explain the creation of a device such as this. But for further details, just make an Arcana check.
Fun. I love Arcana checks.
I'm also going to just to Akoda. Are you done with my javelin that he signed as well? Like, kind of. It is a weapon.
I knew you would request that thing. Yes, about that, we actually have a number of items that we will be bringing back to you. And Garrick, with that check, you wouldn't really be able to ascertain anything beyond that. All you know is
I
This
could
thing is
tell it's
wild.
not made by something probably not by mortal hands.
No, this thing is truly extraordinary.
Hmm.
Akoda would clasp her hands together in a wide gesture towards the party. As for the next steps, let me get down to it. We believe that with combining successful cartographer patrols together in their endeavors with their findings, we can start to put together pieces of the puzzle, as it were. Cartographer Patrol 63 is located to the far east on a mountain peak inside of a heliostone cathedral at the very edge of the Highshire territories. There were efforts in previous years to claim this structure, but were lost due to the high presence of entities unbecoming to our advances. As far as we're concerned, the Cartographer Patrol and Chaplain Sadrius currently reside there. You are to bring them back here at all costs. Secure this artifact and secure our chaplain. You can start to begin to understand the world outside of our walls, bring Obash back from the brink, and begin to understand the Startographer's machinations.
I do have a question.
You have but to ask.
Is, in the case of drastic measures, not that I would want anything to happen, whose lives do you value the most? Just so we know who to protect.
You can see there is a lot of thought behind her eyes. Granted, the Inquisitor she is, the read is all but impossible to know exactly what she's considering. Perhaps a mental scale on your lives versus those around you and those beyond. She would rest her palms onto the table that holds Obash and looks to you. From what we understand, your lives are paramount. Your connection to Obash equally paramount. As for the reaped benefits of Patrol 63, for all we know, what they have could be irrelevant to our plight for survival. If you're asking me, in a dire situation to preserve your lives, or theirs, your lives would take precedence.
It is a grim question, but it is an answer that we must know.
It's not outside of my typical work, and these are hard questions and hard decisions that I make regularly. The power that has been bestowed upon you, the favor of the cartographer, the core you possess, it's too much to ever let it be dispensed. It's... Quite honestly, I'm having a hard time quite understanding the favor bestowed upon you, but... Your orders are your orders. In the end, preserve your own lives. If Patrol 63 is in grave peril, and you need to preserve yourselves, do so. But I'm not sending you out there alone, especially not with two of your own being left behind here. I'll be sending a small division of the elite to accompany you on this endeavor. It's only getting worse out there. And larger number groups have proven to be problematic beyond the walls. Thus, you will have 3 elite to accompany you. Any more, and the shuffling of metal in unison will only be a beacon to the entities killing our own people. And she looks towards everyone for a sign of understanding.
Thumbs up.
I will leave the directives and tactics to Captain Garrison. He is familiar with this particular region beyond our walls, and will give you the strategies you need in order to ensure the highest chance of survival. May Zula's light be with you all. There is much we have to do here, And as for you all, you must play your part. I wish only the best. And I wish I could do more. But this is the path before us. I trust you will walk it. And if there's no further commentary from any of the party members of Patrol 26, I'm assuming there's not.
The equipment we requisitioned, is it available or?
On your way out, you will be acquainted. I have the full list of what I was able to obtain. Let me see here. And she's ruffling through a pad that she has within one of her bags. Let us see here.
You have
yes.
10.
Within the requested list, we have acquired a breastplate with the sigil of Zula to be bestowed upon you, Miarx. You'll find that this is more suited in the advocate of stealth compared to the more clunky scale mail that you currently possess. And this breastplate particularly has many blessings bestowed upon it, so in the event of unholy opposition, which, given the fate of Obash, is not off the table, you will have a measure of protection.
A nod.
Among others, there are 2 Scouter spy glasses which will allow you to better see further into the distance. These are superior to the spy glasses included with your cartographer gear. These are the finest lenses we are capable of crafting with our limited resources. You will find them reliable. Beyond that, we have obtained a single diamond with a worth of 50 gold to be bestowed upon the one who needs that. A gemstone worth 100 gold pieces, which will also be bestowed upon you. We were able to scrounge together a few of these scrolls that would be suited towards your needs in the road ahead, and you will receive the following. In the event of a need of intense judgment from none other than Zula herself, this is will be a scroll of Sunbeam bestowed upon you.
Whoa.
Her light strikes true. Use it intelligently. We also have a scroll of Far Step for quick getaways for those who may need it. And given the nature of your assignment, there will be fog surrounding knowledge to everything you encompass. 3 scrolls of legend lore will be granted from our reserves. I will trust your judgment on how they were used. Also, of course, your javelin will be among these things. And with us, a most recent scientific development, the roots of which will be shared upon you upon a parchment. If you're familiar with the magical plant of ringroot, we have a formula for creating magically imbued arrows and bolts using the plant. Should you find some in your travels and possess arrows or bolts, you will be able to imbue them with a magical sting. There is also a biology kit and the requested gilded acorn we will be giving to Nishira and Girvan respectively. However, they will be remaining with our keep as mentioned. Are there any questions?
No further questions from me.
I believe we could do introductions as we exit out the door, so I'm fine.
Very well. Your orders are clear. Head east. Find this cathedral. Find this cartographer Patrol 63. Recover the artifact that they have obtained. Bring back Chaplain Sadrius to perform his work on Obash, and we can further begin to form the images of our future further. I will leave the tactical briefing to Captain Garrison, and if there are no further affairs to be raised here, I will be taking my leave. There is much yet to study. And I'm assuming with no further commentary from anyone, giving one final sorrowful look to the corpse of Obash, everyone would collect themselves, give their goodbyes to Akoda as she and a few of the Shire Guard would gather to themselves. The heavy-set ironclad door would release, and everyone would head outwards, back towards the way they came. There we go.
So, is that mask a symbol of something, or is it purely for protection and...
Mostly utility.
Alright.
I do a lot of smithing, and, well, it helps not to have sparks go in the eyes.
Do you know my father? He's also a smith.
Ah, we would probably get along then.
He's quite busy.
Oh, you know. Immediately point out all of the flaws in each other's work, as blacksmiths usually do.
He is strong-headed. It is fine. Yeah. I probably won't introduce you.
Shame. It would be really funny, I believe. But, well, it's nice to meet you, but what of you other two? My name's been said out loud, but I haven't heard you two yet. Gesturing to the silver-haired woman and the man who looks like a very small rendition of the Iron Giant.
My name is Dagny Silverhide.
Rin.
I look forward to working with you both.
Do attempt to ensure we don't meet the same fate as your last team.
Oh, it was not by my hand that happened, unfortunately. I will do my best.
We shall see.
Just kind of shuffling along the party, not wanting... Rin's mean. Rin smell bad. So, you are a smith.
A very unique kind, but yes.
What are you good at? What are you good with, fighting-wise?
Well, I have this big hammer right here. I can imbue it with magic in a time of need. I can hit pretty hard when I need to. I can heal wounds, and I am blessed by Zula herself to make the arcane help my crafting when in the wild. I need not a tool to make something fine.
Do you think you could help make weapons while out there?
Somebody has to supply the soldiers around here.
You'll be useful.
That is the intended purpose.
That is it.
I will say, you don't look like a regular fighter.
I'm just pointing at Garrison. That one would know better. My own style is not really... I don't know what it is, to be honest.
What's the deal with the nets? I mean, where did you pick that up? I don't understand. I mean, it works, don't get me wrong, but it's so unusual. It's not typically what we train for. You know what? I don't even know.
Bound people cannot punch you.
I mean, how hard is to get a net off of you? I suppose I have never been netted myself, but...
I was thinking of adding fish hooks to it so to make it more effective, but that seems like torture of some kind, but rather
You
effective.
sick bastard. I like it.
Have you ever thought of making those nets from chain?
That is a good idea.
It's a lot of metal to carry around.
That
But
is a
you
lot of
seem to
metal.
be strong enough.
Well, I don't make the suggestion without them hopefully being able to wield it.
just kind of
One could only hope.
curling a little bit. Just, I think I could do it. I don't know how far I'd be able to throw it, but it'd definitely be
Oh,
effective
don't
at hitting.
flatter yourself.
So, what are we doing, Captain Garrison?
Well, it's going to be treacherous to get towards that cathedral. It's on the outskirts of Highshire's territory, and it's been long abandoned because it's been problematic to inhabit for longer periods of time. Come this way, and we can further iron out our game plan. As you would be heading further down a hallway to something of a briefing room to get a game plan organized. And that... Go ahead.
Oh, I was about to ask, is this break time? Because I got
This...
I also
This
got
is
to
break
piss
time.
really badly.
Yeah, let's take a good, you want to do 10 or 15 minute break?
We'll do
15.
Yeah, 15. If
All right.
everybody's back in 10, we'll do 10.
We will do a 15-minute break. Everyone's back. We'll cut it early. So 8.
Also, I have to get this out of my system, you jacket, you're a battle gimp.
I was thinking the
tusk
same
imp.
thing.
Fucking course. What else would you say?
Hey,
Just
I'm the one in charge of the healing here, so...
You call me a battle gimp one more time, bitch.
Anyways, 8:07. We'll shoot
Yeah.
for that. It's break time.
Break time. Pausing the recording, but the stream will continue. Don't say anything too weird, please.
So here's our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta piss. I am back. Who's here?
I'm here. I just have my mic muted.
How are you two doing?
Fine.
Shit. Remind me to delete this broadcast after.
Why?
I opened the Discord.
And?
What do you click on to get into this game?
tab?
What exactly do you click on to get into this game?
The icon that's on my bar.
Drop frames are 0. Oh, going pretty well. Oh. Strategies. Is everybody else gone?
Mm.
How you feeling? How you doing, Amazon? Hold the fucking phone.
I love you. Love you.
Jacket.
No idea. There's only one way to tell. That's tell him what they smell like.
Jacket.
Putting on a headset's dramatically harder when you have a donut in your hand.
Jacket.
Hello.
Tell Boone that Jam loves you, but more of a friendship way rather than a weird way.
Jam loves you, but more in a friendship way than a weird way. Ditto.
No, I should be fine. Thank you. I have mocha coffee Eatos.
What? Oh yeah, also, Boone apologizes for not being able to join Tabletop Simulator because sleep happened.
No, tell them they're fine. It doesn't matter.
He said, how dare you know?
No, it's fine.
He said it's fine. How dare...
How dare you not
No,
spend to my
that
will?
type of tone that Jam is well known for. Yes, absolutely.
That tone that I'm very well known for being a vindictive asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm so mean. Oh,
Yeah.
carnation.
You're such a cruel person. Terrible. Awful. I can't even say it seriously, it's so bad.
I 100% agree.
Donut is good.
What kind of donut you got?
Jammy donut.
That's horrible. I hate you. You're
Good
eating my
jam.
kin.
Strawberry jam.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah. I
Oh,
love it.
no. That's fucking horrid.
I will continue to eat the jam. Baby. This could be us, but you play it.
What's your favorite kind of donut?
There's a really good, like, caster sugar one that, at least I don't know if they're in America or not, but at least you can get them. You put them in the fridge, and it's like this, jam, and then there's, like, sort of like a whipped cream in the middle.
That sounds pretty good.
And it is pretty good, and I don't get them that much, but they're very nice.
Mine
also-
are Long Johns, like the chocolate Long Johns.
Ah, yes. Classic.
They're like, they can either be cream filled or non-strawberry jelly filled. I don't like strawberries.
I like cream filled.
Cream-filled can get too much occasionally.
It entirely depends on the cream in that situation, enough.
Yeah. Like a nice buttercream with like cream cheese or something, that's sublime, but more of like a whippy cream kind of thing, like instant cream. Eh.
I think it definitely needs to be a lighter cream usually with that sort of stuff, though.
Yeah, I've been getting some Long Johns that are just like, yeah, here the end looks like a fucking finish, if you know what I mean.
Whoa!
And it's just
this thing glazing. They like orgied this thing. Whoa!
it's like this motherfucker is looser than a fucking orgy bar. Like what the fuck? But no, it's like I hate those because it's just I don't like as much cream as donut. I'd much prefer to have a donut with a light amount of cream than
like
the McFucking cum sandwich, you know?
I think a good ratio is like quarter jam to donut.
Yes. Like
I
enough.
think that's a good ratio.
Yeah. Oh, man, I want donuts now.
Oh no, we've discussed the topic that's making you hungry.
Everything makes me hungry, dog. I have coffee right now, so it's kind of.
Have you
settling it.
eaten today?
Oh.
I think I might know why you're hungry.
That's a question, ain't it? Have you eaten today? Memory flashes back to yesterday. Oh no!
Might I suggest a sandwich
No,
in this trying time?
We are unable to supply you with an Iron Defender. Have this Gimp instead.
Just wait until you figure out how good the Gimp really is.
I have a feeling that the Gimp is going to be a lot better than Mirix.
Everybody's better than Mirix. What are you talking about?
At this point, yeah, sadly. Right now,
Fucking net boy.
Hey, the nets are good when they work, and it's not against fucking huge monstrosities.
So what if we made your net out of antimatter?
Then I will hold it.
Oh, that's fine. I can do that. I can make that happen.
The chain net's a fun idea.
Yes.
But I definitely want to get my fishhook net at some point.
God, I have expected your weapon to be of choice to be a whip, to be honest.
I mean, you say that, but I have made a rogue fighter with like that dual wields whips before, and it's kind of scary.
Whips are terrifying.
Whips are awesome.
Like if you can get a ranged reach weapon, they're all terrifying.
Like all I'm saying is, it's an you can have it as an offhanded 10-foot reach weapon. As a rogue.
BDSM.
B-man sexual maturity?
Look, man, what I do on the weekends is strictly between me and the club.
Of about 300,000 people?
Look, there's a lot to get on the Hall of Fame in there, okay?
I've done it 3 times.
And I'm top of the leaderboard, boy.
I've eaten
When you
more
think I
donuts.
got this proficiency in athletics from? What do you think I spent all day crafting?
I'm like half listening to this whatever fucking conversation you were fucking in on.
We were talking about gem donuts and what to fill them with, and then we were talking about clubs and what to fill them with.
Both were cum.
Unidentified creamy substance was found in both.
Preferred with buttercream.
What type of cream? Well, that's an investigation check, I'm afraid.
Oh my god.
DC-17.
You can't really figure it out, but upon a taste test, you can definitely figure out it's chewy.
Okay.
Remember, do not be left alone unsupervised with the Gimp.
Question, about Rin, actually. Are those 2
What?
dudes on his head?
What?
They look like two guys.
Oh yeah, it looks like two guys are like climbing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. I know they're probably like tanks or just like tube gizmos, but they do look like two guys trying to climb just a really short mountain.
Maybe in the design, not effectually though.
No, it's canisters on the back.
I know, but it looks like two just dudes just climbing a really big guy.
Yeah, they're doing construction work on his bronze hat.
Mm.
It's the fucking the Fallout New Vegas big boys, you know what I mean?
You mean Bioshock?
No, I mean the Fallout New Vegas, the two statues of a Texas Ranger and an NCR.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
That's
I
the
tried to
size.
shake your fucking head, but you chose to climb the other side of the fucking mountain instead.
This was
What a
supposed to be a
shame.
symbol of peace. Where the fuck are you going?
This ain't no symbol of peace anymore. This is a symbol of dealing with your fucking ass shenanigans.
Get over here, you tiny little fuck. Anyways, is B-Man back?
Not yet.
When you get to the top of this bronze ass mountain, I'm gonna knock your ass right back off of it, you dumb shit.
Oh, there he is.
And we will just start the recording back up on the capstone of that burp.
B-Man, we wanted a giant robot, not a gimp.
Fuck
Yeah.
off.
And in the process, some commands got confused, and instead you got a giant gimp.
Beggars can't be choosers. But
I
he's
am-
gonna make you beg anyways.
Yeah.
I am not at all opposed to the person that we have gotten, because he is a smith. That means I can throw my javelins willy-nilly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have any form of metal whatsoever? I can make it work.
No. No metal for you.
Alright.
Well, I'll guess I'll just have to borrow some off of Rin then.
That's a good way to get bludgeoned to death.
He has a massive fuck off robot in his bag that's worth probably way more than you'll ever need.
Yeah.
Fantastic, I'll use a leg.
No.
Anyways, B-Man,
So-
would you like to continue?
I would like to continue.
After you
As you
then.
continue forth to an offshoot room that's something of a restroom slash like briefing room, like an area that has like many benches and a few areas that have like tables and whatnot to effectively prepare for excursions or whatever it is that you may need to prepare for. It's an open space. And the Shire Guard elite, following their instructions to a T, as typically noted, would file in. And you would see Captain Garrison take a sidestep to address them as the four of the cartographers file in themselves. And you can see Garrison has his hands clasped behind his back. And he is examining the three guards, standing at attention.
I do the same with the hands behind the back.
Yeah.
I have a question,
Okay.
and this is more for the party. Which of you is most likely to be hitting the thing directly that's trying to kill us?
I suppose that's split between me and Mirks.
Yep.
Do you mind if I ask what weapons you use?
Just, you can see a javelin and a trident on his back, along with a lot of... No, he has no nets right now because B-Man's a bitch.
Okay.
He has no nets, but he does have a javelin and a trident.
Actually, you don't. I still have that.
Fuck! I have no
I
weapons.
I haven't had the chance to give it back.
I'm gonna just fucking wander over, just silently, just realizing that he has no weapons. Just, can I have my weapons back?
Oh yeah, my weapon's right. Wait a minute.
Yeah. I'll reach into a smallest satchel on my side and just pull out a full ass trident and hand it to you.
The javelin as well. There's one more in there.
Yeah, I'll fish that out as well.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you carrying them yesterday when I needed to be proper. Thank you. I'm just going back to line.
Nice. In any case, Captain Garrison would begin pacing back and forth with these 3 Shire Guard elite who are standing in formation as he begins to address them, and by extension, addressing the party. Alright, you 3, listen good and listen well. I have commanded a garrison's worth of Shire Guard in my day. Of course, my name is Captain Garrison, but don't get the correlation confused. I have never had the clearance of commanding the elite before, but that changes today as per the orders of the Inquisition. That means that the elite here before me will do as I say to a T per my tactical prowess. Or, in layman's terms, for all intents and purposes, I am your daddy. I can ground you, I can cane you, I can divorce your mother. I will give the orders and you will follow them.
Mira
And
stands
you-
more to attention than normal.
As per given, your first orders are to protect these cartographers at all costs. You are to protect them as they are to guide the light of humanity forward, or whatever flowery bullshit that the Inquisition chooses to word it. To keep it simple, they are to be kept safe no matter what. You are expendable. They are not. These are the facts. There is a clear avenue to get to the structure that has cartographer control 63 in the far regions of our territories. This structure, this cathedral, is well known as the High Crucible. It is consecrated and desecrated all the same. It is a structure of Helios, and at the end of the day belongs to no one. That means it is up to the grabs of whoever seizes the power to control it. Artifact or not, we are fallible, killable human beings. In order to ensure the safest route towards this, the cartographer patrol in the hands of the elite will hug the walls of the mountains that seem to gather the edges of our territory. Hug them and stay close. Use the cliff faces to your cover. And he is looking over towards the cartographers as he says this to ensure that they are understanding what they need to do as well. For traveling out in the open is asking for trouble. We have seen many of these entities attacking our walls manifest out of thin air in the open fields. That isn't to say that they aren't capable of doing so in the mountains as well, but this is the intelligence we have to work with. Do I make myself clear thus far?
Yes,
And
Captain.
the elite all would give a silent nod of understanding. Now, our further scouts have reported that they have done something to this cathedral to channel it, activate it. I don't know. Suffice to say, this type of activity with a heliosic anomaly is a beacon for any creatures lying about to seize it for themselves. This has been proven over the last century. The ultimate goal is recovering those who are stationed there and bringing them back. They will travel along the same path that you take to get here, to the cathedral. You clear your way, and then use said cleared path to return. Truth be told, these are unprecedented times, and we don't know what we're going to encounter. Use your best judgment. At this point, everyone in this room, cartographer, guard, or otherwise, are battle-hardened. Or even more, are chosen. Whatever that means, I'll let for you to decide. Are there any questions? Any gives a glance to everyone, his head on a swivel.
How much time do we have to prepare?
As much as you need, but you're urged to make it quick. It's early morning still. If you use your time intelligently, you can get to this location before sundown, and I urge that you do. With that being out of the way, we are going to proceed towards the armory where you are going to be bestowed everything that God, Dakota, I keep fucking up names. Dakota mentioned.
That was in character.
Whatever. Yeah. You see him kind of scratch his head a bit. It's been a long morning and a long night, and shut up. Ugh.
Mirex.
Yes.
Yes.
Hold on a minute. You plan on using that trident, I suppose, right?
Is my main form of defense, yes.
Could I borrow it for a moment?
As long as I get it before we leave the walls, yeah, sure.
You can have it right back.
Okay.
So I would like to take his trident, put it upon both of my hands, and suddenly it begins to glow slightly, a very faint purple aura, and then I give it back to you. It now radiates a small form of magic. You have received a Blessings of the Forge, and it is now a +1 magic weapon for the entirety of the duration until we have a long rest.
Ooh.
Just looking
Purple
at
Do you
drink.
mind pinging that ability in chat just so we have that for reference?
Yes.
I'm just gonna add a +1 trident to my inventory as well, so I can use that instead.
How do I ping an ability? Do I just do that with it?
Yes.
That's it. Yeah. And is there any further questions, comments, anything from the party?
No.
Cool.
Well, time to get our shit and fucking go.
It is
With that,
time to leave.
you are off, and you are brought to the armory that he mentioned. And I'm gonna paste the things in chat. Hold on 1 second.
Where the fuck are you in plutonium? There it is.
And a little mention outside. Yeah, you're going to need to talk amongst yourselves to figure out who's going to be carrying what. And Mierix, there is an abundance of raw resources in this area as well. So if you wanted to take this time to weave a couple of nets for yourself, perhaps, you can.
I don't know. I don't think I'm up for it. Yes. How many?
How many do you wish to make? There's probably enough rope in the immediate area for about 5.
I'm just gonna take like as much rope as I can carry and just start weaving them as we are leaving.
All right. I'm gonna say it's like 10-ish minutes to create each. So I'd say you grab the material for 5 and grant to get at least a minimum of 2 made here and now, and you're gonna be working passively on the remaining 3 as you begin your trek through the rest of Highshire.
I cry, there's no pearl.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pearl, it seems as though when Captain Garrison was talking about it, they weren't able to gather it, which kind of sucks.
Well, we have an equivalent gemstone. Maybe we could trade that for one.
No. It is mine.
Taking the 50 gold diamond for me, because I need that for a spell.
Very nice.
But yeah, I'm going to pocket a spyglass, the 100 gem I requested. Honestly, should I just pocket everything in the bag of holding?
Yeah.
Anything that isn't going to actively be worn or carried by me, I'm fine with.
I would like to take the upper spyglass.
Alright, you take the other one. And yeah, I'll put the scrolls and formula into the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, you would arm yourselves, gather the equipment that you need, and would begin your trek outwards towards...
I have a question.
I have an answer.
How do I add said spyglass to my inventory using this?
So the spyglass is more so like an unmarked thing that I denoted and requested. So
Okay.
it's basically just like a really good like telescope kind of.
You can go to
So
your
you
journal and just type in you have a spyglass.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you can create a custom item. If you hit like the unlock icon, I think on the top right, you should be able to then add a spyglass, like a little add icon, and
Yeah.
like it's just an empty item, and you just write Scouter spyglass. But with that, Captain Garrison would give a departing nod towards the four of you in the company of the 3 Shire Guard, who are now commanded to defend you at all costs, as you would begin to head outwards from exiting the Hall of Inquisition back to the High Shire Kingdom.
I can't figure out how to make it a +1. I'm so upset.
Cry. Giant purple dragon.
Motherfucker.
I can't figure out how to make it a +1. Well, fucking-
Edit it.
I literally don't know where to do the +1 thing at. Like, it's not under details for some reason.
Let me see your sheet for a second here.
I do not think I have any way of stopping you, so...
You want to go to details, weapon attack. This is a trident. Trident, is that ranged or just strictly melee?
It's both.
All right,
Versatile.
let's consider it range. Should open up this attack roll bonus 1.
Where the fuck is that?
There we
Or
go.
do I
Under
not have
weapons.
access
So-
to doing that?
All right, hold on a second. So you see the trident on there. You right click on it and you hit edit.
Alright.
You go to details and you get this big, borderline confusing looking
Oh,
menu.
it just popped up with all that shit. That's annoying.
Yeah. You can
Alright.
fill out everything. Yeah, it's gonna cost action. One action. A lot of this stuff you don't have to fill out. Like,
90% of it I'm not going to, it's fine.
yeah, you just get the bare minimum. Like, the important thing is putting the formula in there. Just make sure you have the proper formula. I'll let you fill that out at your own discretion. And with that, leaving the Hall of the Inquisition away from the High Capital and through the inner Highshire Kingdom, there would be a cart that the Inquisition seemingly prepared for the now 7 of you to hop into.
Yeet.
Nice.
That's not correct.
As Mir stabs the nearest guard.
As Mirix is testing out his new fun weapon.
Right in the tip.
Alright. And within the hustle and bustle of the inner city, is anyone doing anything in particular?
I would like to be moving as efficiently as possible. I obviously don't want to waste the daylight.
Yeah.
Could I, while we're heading out, keep an eye out for anyone who has, basically, like, any amount of scrap metal around that I could quickly borrow and or ask to get off of them?
Oh, what about that chest
Roll
piece?
perception.
The breastplate, you mean?
Yeah, what about that breastplate?
That was assigned to you, I believe.
Yeah, what was that exactly?
It was a breastplate.
Is it just a breastplate?
Yeah.
It's breastplate armor.
Okay. Just making sure. You
Like,
said it had,
it's statistically identical to what you have, but you don't have disadvantage on stealth checks.
Okay.
It's worth like 400 gold.
So me
Okay.
throw.
So effectively, they alleviated you from disadvantage on being stealthy.
Okay.
Is what that really amounts to. So, yeah. Within one of the compendiums, you should be able to drag and drop the breastplate into your inventory and equip it, and then like you can unequip the scale mail. And the scale mail, if you're not using it, which I mean I don't know why you would be excellent, very pristine condition metal for Garrock to work with.
Do you want this?
Are you using it?
I have new armor. It should be fine. You can use it.
Excellent.
We can do halvesies on whatever you make with it.
I'm sure I'll be able to make something nice.
As I will
As
just
you would-
give that to him now.
As you do your exchange, you're all collectively loading up into the cart. And within the eye shot of the cart that you're loading into, this is the inner city, and again, it's very crowded, given people are moving here for further safety. You would spy a number of people going about their business of essentially buying out the vendors of all the food and survival resources they can to stock up for whatever uncertain fate is going to befall these people. There's a number of Shire guardsmen that are moving among them, keeping the peace as best as they can with the numbers they have among these crowds. There is a small clearing, almost like a, not quite a park, but like a miniature rest area that has a number of trees and gardens and flowers that are planted, and with a few ornate statues that have been carved by masters of the craft. And in the center of that, you can see there is but a small gnome who appears to be garnering a crowd. You can see that he is clearly of the magical persuasion, as he possesses a wand of some kind. It has a lot of this gnarled and eldritch looking complexions to it, and you can see him flicking it erratically and creating a number of small effects to entertain the crowd before his quote-unquote main event, as he keeps projecting towards everyone, which is loud enough for you to hear. And while this is happening, you can kind of see the skies far above you begin to glow a bit, as you would hear the distant singing of the rings that are in the far distance looming over the Highshire Kingdom. It seems as though the energy flowing through them once again, as commonplace in recent times following the omen, ramp up. And there is a clear display of auric light that illuminates the blue sky with greens, reds, and even the occasional flash of yellow. A lot of people stop to look up at it, and it's met with wonder, fear, all the above. You're not quite sure what that means. And with that flaring up, you can see the gnome flick his wrists in particular, and there is a bit of a magical puff, a big puff of strange dust that knocks him off of the rock he was standing on into a nearby bush. And there is a tiny little tear in the air as something seems to squeeze through this strange tear, and a little creature would spawn from it. There's this tiny little, almost looks like an eyeball with a small pair of wings that are very bat-like that comes out of this strange tear, and it begins flying around the people, and it leaves this strange shimmering trail as it goes. And you can see there's people who are clapping, there's people who are terrified, there's a creature that is now among them.
Oh no, he summoned the Eye of Cthulhu.
I mean, does it seem like it's just harassing people, or does it seem like it's preparing to attack?
It seems very confused, not sure where it is. Mirix, what is this roll?
I'm trying to. I'm just testing. I will say when I'm.
Okay.
I will say
can
when
make-
I'm gonna fuck it up. Don't you fucking worry, dog.
Yeah, you can see this thing is making a bunch of odd chirps before it screeches very loudly, almost quieting the crowd before it flies upwards and over a rooftop, disappearing out of eyeshot. The gnome that had this wand is fumbling his way out of the bush, looking up at what he did, back down at the wand, and seems to duck out of cover to try to avoid the eyes of the people, seemingly not knowing what he just did.
The dumb fuck.
Yeah, you can see there's 2 Shire Guard that are beginning to approach the area, trying to figure out what just happened. And people are being informed for them.
Could I maybe try and find the gnome first?
Well, he's disappearing among the brush and through the confusion of peoples. You imagine he's trying to slip out through a nearby corridor, but go ahead and make a perception check.
Do I see
If
him?
you- I mean, you're gonna have to roll perception as well.
I was gonna net him.
An 18.
You would see that he uses the line of bushes quite expertly to stay out of the public eye, since he uses the distraction that was spawned from his wand to his advantage. And you can see him making a stage exit left over on the far corner, trying to disappear out of sight for fear of the law enforcement trying to apprehend him from spawning something in the inner walls, which
May
you all
I-
have the knowledge is not good.
May I stop him?
Ignore
At
my
least
rules.
cut him off.
You're gonna have to jump out of the cart and clear about 50 feet.
Just ignore him. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's interesting enough. Yeah, I'll do that real quick then.
Okay,
I'll just have to do a bit of rushing. It's fine.
so we'll say, like, you can like action dash.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll just dash.
Yeah,
straight
you're a
to it.
big guy, and
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna
people-
stop me, I don't think.
people can hear you coming and would clear out of the way. You borderline knock down almost a couple of people as you would quickly close the distance between you and this gnome. And you can see he's slipping into a rather narrow corridor, but for you, if you turn sideways, it's not really much of an issue. And you would close the gap.
I'd like to grab him.
Okay. Make a, I think that's an athletics check.
Yeah, it's Gayark's athletics versus the gnome's athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, so yeah, let's see. Roll athletics.
50.
All right.
He might get away, who knows?
Let's see here. You barrel down on this guy, and it seems like this gnome has had his fair share of weaseling out of trouble, as just barely he grazes your arm as he just clears out of your borderline tackle as you clamber onto the hard cobblestone, and you hear a little out of him as he quickens his pace and zooms down this alleyway, clutching his wand, and he looks back at you and goes, I'm sorry, as he's going down.
Do kind of want that wand.
Do we still see him from the cart?
You can see all this happening, yeah.
I'm going to yell out at this guy. Leave it to the guardsmen, you fool! We have a job to do. Get back here!
I'm gonna give it one more go. Oh my god! And if I can't catch him that time, I'm gonna leave it be.
Okay, let's see. So
I
you're gonna
assume
be...
since he's running down an alleyway, I'm hoping it's going into a dead end, but we'll see.
Okay, So you're gonna be barreling after him. You have a lot of the same movement speed, so I guess just roll athletics, and we'll see
Yeah,
what
I'll
happens here.
I'll give it one more go, and if that doesn't work, then I'll just let him get away. It's whatever.
This athletics will cover both closing the distance and making the grab.
Okay. Don't have anything to help me in this situation.
I need you to get on my sheet one more time because I can't change anything without you being on it.
Alright.
The perp drank one was fucking up so badly it was annoying.
Yeah, it's not really worth spending spells on this, so I'm not gonna do that. Let's just see if I can get him.
Oh,
Nat 20!
Oh no!
Oh yes!
This
Oh,
dude
yeah.
is fucked.
Almost seemingly taunted by this small man who knows nothing about the craft that he's trying to use for clearly just garnering attention. You feel a bit of an ember of anger boil in you, and you use that to barrel down this alleyway, contorting your body so the thinness of this alley really doesn't abate you in any way. If anything, you're kind of pushing off the walls and stuff to your advantage and getting your bound further down, and you would push off with both legs and with both arms extended, full span, would tackle this gnome hard to the ground. And there would be a hard thud as you are borderline squeezing the life out of this poor guy, as you are a Goliath and he is a gnome, and he stood no chance of getting out of your grasp in this narrow alleyway, as you can hear him go.
Excellent. I'd like to stand up, holding this gnome aloft.
Easily done. And you can see there is the fear of Zula in his eyes. It's like, I'm sorry, please don't do it, please, just try to cheer people up. He's hysterical.
Fortunately, Zula's merciful today. I'm going to take that wand. You do not know what you mess with. Bring evil into the city.
Make an intimidation check with advantage.
So that just rolling twice?
Roll twice. That's fine.
You have a minus to. Oh god.
Yep. However, it still worked. I hope.
Yeah, and you can see that he is very fearful of his life because you are a literal giant to him. And he, without second thought, just kind of like almost borderline throws the wand at you. And he goes, I'm sorry, just take it, I'm sorry, let me go, please don't pull me, the sniper, I can't, please, I'm just a little guy.
I'm just a level 1 goblin. Unfortunately, there's no way to tell a change in facial expression with this mask, but he takes the wand, tucks it into his, outfit, and then drops the gnome and just lets him run off.
He speeds off like a rat out of a trap, and he is gone. You swear, like, he rounds a corner, but with the racket that he makes, you swear he just crawled up a drain pipe.
Oh, most likely.
And he is out of sight, and you have this very strange, gnarled-looking wand with a number of protrusions and small little colored baubles on it. You can't really make heads or tails of it, but it's definitely magical. It's proven itself.
Does it have any writing on it at all?
None that you can decipher.
Well, it's in my field of interest, so at very least worth keeping a hold of. And I'll just go back to the cop like nothing happened.
I can't edit the fucking trident. Ah! Sorry.
Add these strange, unidentified wand to your inventory.
Excellent.
All right, if there's no further shenanigans, the party would be sitting. I'll go. Yeah, the party would see Garruk kind of in this casual stride making his way back with a new addition to his collection. You would see he's collected the wand from the gnome, through unknown means. No sign of the gnome.
I'm just gonna
You didn't-
hop into the car.
You didn't hurt him, did you?
Why would I hurt him?
Well, seeing as you have his wand and no sign of the gnome.
I'm just doing as a cleric should, putting the fear of God into him.
Seems quite contradictory to Zula's teachings.
Well, would you prefer he keep accidentally summoning creatures into this supposedly safe space? I don't think I would, personally.
Do you honestly believe us to believe that you had honest intentions when you robbed that gnome in broad daylight?
The gnome clearly did not know what he summoned, so if anything, he did you a favor. Not having to handle that whatever the fuck he summoned later. He might have summoned
Then
something
turn
bigger.
him into the Inquisition. Why not turn that wand you obtained into the nearest guardsman to turn into the Inquisition then?
Because it might prove useful for where we're going.
May I see it?
Once we are away from here, sure.
Oh, I see. So it was greed that drove your actions. Nothing pure, as you so claim.
Really,
You've known me
please.
for all but 5 minutes, I suggest
Yes,
you
and I have already seen that you are nothing more than a fool.
Would you prefer going on this quest with one less person and dying even swifter? You're already on a suicide mission. I suggest you shut your mouth and not make your odds worse.
I agree with the big man. Not you, Ren, the other one. He did us a favor, if anything.
Every single day, I find your species more and more disappointing. Fine then, do as you wish. After all, that gnome was in no position to stop you.
Would you prefer the dead gnome? An arrested gnome that would probably be exiled and then dead because he wouldn't be able to hold his own on the outside? Or a gnome that realized he fucked up and probably won't do it again?
I expect some common sense.
Amongst the gnome that summoned something he did not know what he was doing with? If
Then
anything,
bring him into questioning. Where did he obtain it? Are there more such wands? Use your godforsaken brains.
yeah, and the other side of my brain thinks that he would be sent into the wilderness to die. I'd much prefer a living person.
I grant you that my methods are crude, but I don't think I did wrong here.
I am done having this discussion.
Good.
While this was going on, you can see the Shire Guard, who are falling in line with perfect order, couldn't help but kind of side glance all of this bullshit that's happening. And it's hard to tell what's going on inside of those helmets of theirs, but you can't but help that think that they're just gawking at you this entire time, and they're questioning their orders to protect, at the expense of their lives, this.
I'm very
I-
glad
yeah.
they have the job that they do then.
Yeah, I noticed one of the elites doing this, and I'll say, "Eyes front, elite."
He would straighten himself a little bit and would give a respectful nod and would disregard the goings-on of the rest of the party to the best of his ability. It seems as though your words finally have influence on them.
Question. Are they in the
Yes.
cart or behind the cart?
They're in the cart with you.
I'm just gonna shuffle try and get next to them. And so, I understand you're supposed to be faceless, but I kind of want to know the names of the people I'm working with. Get to know them better.
There would be a pause, and one of the one you're looking to of the three would eventually cave in and would speak within his helmet. Given the circumstances, I believe a name basis is in order in the event that we carry out our duty to the end of our lives. My name is Thistle, and I am sworn to protect you at all costs. The orders of the Inquisition and by extension Zula. That is all that matters.
Did you have a nice lunch? And he would just continue on with that while we're leaving. Just casual, small banter, just trying to get them to open up a little bit more.
He gives an unreadable glare from the blackness under his helm. We are sufficiently fed.
I mean, I had eggs and bacon, or wish I had eggs and bacon, but... well, I was trying to become one of you before I became this.
It's an honorable life.
But you did well. Trust me. You got in there. You can fight. I know you can.
Those who prove themselves will reap many benefits. But ultimately, we are servants for the people.
Maybe a little bit of time on the outside would not make all of you so straight-laced as you are now.
I will open them up. Do not worry.
I trust
Hopefully-
you will. You're quite annoying in that way.
That is not very nice, but I will accept it as a compliment. Thank you.
Hopefully you do before whatever creatures do.
The awareness is not needed right now. We are inside the walls. We are safe.
The Shire Guard you're speaking to is... It's unreadable given he has this big helmet on, but you can tell he's kind of trying to think of something to say, but ultimately chooses not to say anything to the banter as he's mulling over the people that he is now devoted his life to.
I hope he feels like he's made the right decision.
And I am going to continue to drill into these people while we're leaving.
Oh, really? All three of them?
All three of them. I'm going to try and get them to open up a little bit, be a little bit more charismatic, and it's probably not
Cool.
going to happen, but still.
Well, roll charisma.
Gladly.
Would you like me to help you with my charisma?
No, not you.
If you try to help him, he's gonna roll a disadvantage. I hope you know.
Not you.
No, don't say that. I'll be wanting to help more.
I'm gonna try and snag an advantage out of this by trying to I was also in training. Can I try and get them to open up with something like along the lines of, I kind of know what you went through?
Yeah, kind of like an implied kinship.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll say that you're relating to your training within Shire Guard procedure. So the DC is lower, but still make a straight roll.
Okay. Ability checks. Fuck!
Fantastic.
Fuck! Can I flourish it? It's not battle at all.
I mean, if you want to... Wait, alright, so what are the parameters of flourish die? Can that be
Battle.
used in a battle? This isn't a battle.
I know, it's just bad. I know. Just trying to get anything.
So,
You sure
you
you don't
try
want my
to
help?
fill in the blanks of the Shire Guard elite lifestyle as best you can. But these guards are painstakingly aware that you really don't know how it is to be one of them. You're more so just a fanboy. So they humor you in your attempts to make conversation, probably on some weak account that it'll calm your nerves or make you more focused in the field or something that they can justify to just nod and give short answers to what you're going to. But as far as getting them to open up about their personalities and who they are beyond their armor, you're not very successful. Their training is absolute, and they remain ironclad.
I will get them before the end of this adventure.
Okay.
That doesn't sound ominous at all.
Like listening them try to get to know these soldiers better. Like, would I remember if my brother Felix talked to me about his training in the Shire Guard at all?
You've heard bits and pieces. A lot of it is melding belief with action, and that following in order is nigh absolute. That the elites are proven in both their faith as well as testing the might of their armor to their limits. They need to pass a variety of tests, including those of faith, to show some form of favor among Zula, and they need to essentially show tremendous feats of battle prowess, both through memorizing tactics and perfecting technique, as well as their own rap list, essentially, for experience, proving that they can withstand the field in whatever form it may come. Most often, they have short incursions in the outsides of the walls to goals which you haven't entirely been wised up on. But all you know is it takes years to get to this point, and they really have to work for it and want it and be favored.
Yeah, like they're the Marines instead of the Army.
Exactly.
Right. I'll just kind of look to each of them, and I'll look to the first one that Mayarks talked to, and I'll say, what was the tactic that got you into the elite?
You're saying that to one of the elites?
Yeah, the first one that Mayarks talked to.
Thistle.
Thistle.
Yep. You'd be saying this to Thistle.
Faithful.
And he would lament a little and would speak to you. He seemingly has a little more respect for you socially than he does for Mirks. And would speak up. Within the outskirts of the most recent addition to the walls, there was a string of murders. 12 men, 7 women, 4 children. Ultimately deduced by the Inquisition to be responsible from one man, who was hell-bent on killing as many people as he could for some fanatical purpose which was not fully realized. I was among the few Shire Guard who managed to get into his place of hiding. There he stood with a knife to the throat of a child, with me at the far end, and one of my own too injured to further make an advance. I had to make the call, to charge at him right then and there, risking the life of that child to stop the killing sprees, or to humor the blade at that kid's throat and play into his game. At the end of the day, I was able to make a diversion to close the distance, and was ultimately able to apprehend him. But the child, unfortunately, was injured, sustaining an injury to his throat that, while not lethal, permanently damaged him for life. I'll never be able to do the things that most normal men can, should he even live to reach maturity because of this. And I have to live with that. But I was able to apprehend the murderer. And that was proof enough to the Inquisition, to the Council, to Zula, to all concerned, of my worthiness of becoming an elite. It's not your body count that matters. It's your willingness to make the difficult decisions that no one wants to make. to hold light to your heart when there is only darkness around you. That is how I earned my place here.
The child. What was their name?
Their name was Kylene. I'll never forget it. They had a severance to their throat. Had it not been for my rudimentary understanding in mending such a wound, they would have bled out then and there. I saved their life, but the life I gave them is incomparable to a normal one. It's a life nonetheless, and I only hope they can make the most of it.
Have you kept an eye on them since then?
Now and again. It's beyond my responsibility to care for them. Typically, with traumatic experiences such as that, we get relocated to other functions. Personal attachments in the battlefield, or any field of work such as mine, tend to complicate things.
I personally feel attachment makes me fight harder.
And more reckless, perhaps.
But more worthy.
In the eyes of some, we have found that the only attachment that truly siphons one's ability to fight and persevere is one with the faith, regardless of whether it is for Zula or for any others they may happen to believe in. But for an elite to further indulge upon that line of thought is not my place. The fact remains, if your faith is within something above, or for something more worldly, more familial, it is evident nonetheless.
When you speak of Zula, when you go to her place of worship, do you try and speak to her?
On many occasions I have. And while I am not a chosen, and thus cannot hear her speak directly to me, it's my belief that she will speak to you in other, less obvious ways, that only an open mind will be perceptive of. She may not speak immediately to you, or perhaps her messages may not become clear until long after they have already been articulated, and you need time to reflect on the events, to gather meaning from them. Suffice to say, she can be difficult to understand, especially in times such as this. That's why lowering skepticism, having an open mind, and holding true to what you believe in are all necessary components to benefiting from her presence.
I do try to keep an open mind. But I feel the one thing, the one presence that seems to confuse me is Zula herself.
That's not uncommon. Have you engaged in any church practices?
When I was younger. Not thoroughly devout, of course, but for the sake of healing.
Don't be discouraged. Like any other skill, if you don't maintain your connection to the divine, over time, without practice, without upkeep, it may weaken, dwindle, atrophy. If you
Do not
take
speak to me
care-
of atrophy. I was born with it.
Apologies, I mean no disrespect. And at that remark, he seems discouraged from speaking any further, not wanting to offend you.
All right.
For the sake of brevity, I'll kind of go with the other two and ask them the same thing.
Before you go off and do that, because we're all in the cart, I did want to ask you something.
Okay.
Or Dagny, rather. That is something I am curious of. It has been made mention a few times that you were afflicted with some form of illness.
What?
The only question I have for you is, will it be a concern out in the field?
Like I said before, it varies from day to day. Been well enough, I suppose, since I've been able to move a bit on my own, but there are hard days. The last one being when we met the cartographer initially. But it was harder when I was a child. First, they tried all sorts of potions and antidotes, so much prayer and devotion. Even the highest clerics couldn't figure out what was wrong. It was something I had to learn to live with and hope that one day Zulu would grace me with her healing. But it never really came. Basically bedridden for almost my entire childhood.
You know, it's almost funny. Our team, Cartographer Patrol 26, was initially comprised, and, well, mostly is, of curious figures that I would name as expendable. Take me for an example, an outsider brought in to be used as they see fit, and only for that purpose. And then you, a sick woman, plagued by this illness. Of course, there's Kirban, with his twisted form. And the other,
Nashira?
no, yes, who's no doubt seen as a heretic of sorts. And lastly, of course, is Mirtz, who I believe you have come to see. Well, is too reckless, to put it nicely.
The nice
for
word
him
would
to
be
in-
dedicated.
I agree, he is an oaf in his own way,
to
but a
be
lovable
part-
oaf.
To be a part of an ordered force. And so these individuals were sent and formed into a team, expendable. And yet, when we come back, our value has increased tremendously, to the point that they are sending elite Shire Guard to accompany us, to shed their lives for ours. It's funny how the situation can change in so little time.
To be honest, I was kind of hoping we would be done. I would be able to stay in this town and help her out, but we are not capable of doing that now, apparently.
Like it or not, we are bound in more ways than one.
Yes.
Every time you survive a trek, you become more valuable. Because you get closer to what is considered the right fate. That's why we keep increasing in value.
I would see it as more as the artifact that is bound to us, but I see your reasoning.
I mean, he is here too, and the artifact isn't even bound to him, so It may
But
just
he's
be
with us
survival.
nonetheless.
Yes, he is the sole survivor of his team, as they say. And instead of getting respite or a new role, he has simply been attached to ours to continue his work.
Suppose if he wasn't good at what he does, then he wouldn't be with us then.
He is right here, you know.
I'd rather hear your opinions on me than not, so by all means continue.
Fair enough. I think the mask is cool, though.
Thank you.
I do have a few questions for you two specifically, if you don't mind indulging me.
The worst I can do is say no.
I'm directing this at Dagny and Mirks.
Oh, you just
Yeah.
said you too, you weren't specific.
To W. Sorry.
What is it, team lead?
Were you a volunteer to the Corps, or were you handpicked and chosen?
If you want to go first, Agni, I'll allow you.
Well, I volunteered.
That makes one of
Really?
us.
Figured if at some point I do succumb to this illness, I might as well see the outside world before it does. Much to the chagrin of my brothers, but there was no swaying me.
Rather die flying free than in a cage.
Yes.
I am
And you?
quite the opposite. I was asleep in my home before a knock on my door from my father. He told me there are people here, town guard or Inquisition rather, and that is the last time I saw him. Last time I was able to train in this town. Last time I was able to sleep at an inn, fight anybody with any sort of grandeur about them. Last time I was able to help anyone that I actually understood and knew. I was training to be a guard, but that didn't come. Garrison was happy, but I still don't want to be here.
And regarding our first meeting upon returning to Highshire with the Inquisition, specifically regarding the Startographer, why did you both attempt to lie?
I
About
felt it was
that.
necessary. I didn't want them wasting their resources and people on trying to find something they would not find. They could be used elsewhere and more effectively, and they just sought that otherwise.
But we knew the location. Whatever effect or magic that would cause us to forget it did not work. After all, the Startographer is a keen, enigmatic figure that could prove useful.
If they found him, which I'm pretty sure if we head back to the same spot and tried to find the entrance again, there wouldn't be anything there. He was pretty powerful, and he did send us somewhere. He did build a machine. I doubt he was even there to begin with.
Are you sure it's not something more?
Could be, but that's the best of my assumption.
Could it be that you pitied him and wish to, well, fulfill his wishes to the best of your ability, or at least attempt to.
It's not out of pity, but
Was it out of fear then?
Neither, actually. You probably know I don't fear a whole lot at this point, but no, it's just wasted resources and him not even really wanting to be found yet. I doubt they'll find him. It's just a waste.
it's not so much a fear of him as it is a fear for him.
Oh?
If somehow the Shire Guard did manage to find the Startographer again, I'm afraid of what they might do to him. We know what the Inquisition is capable of. And I say that looking at the Shire Guard.
The elite would be unresponsive to it, but do have enough of a turned head to acknowledge that they're actively listening. It seems as though they're not at liberty to speak on their own behalf.
These are your people, are they not, Dagny? Your home. Would it not be in your best interest as well? Regardless of what the Startographer wants? Or are your loyalties so fickle that a brief meeting with a sad, lonely man can sway you so much?
People choose to be alone until it will be cut out of necessity. He told us why he wanted us to be alone, wanted to be left alone. And for all we know, Highshire is not ready to learn about what he knows. Or it might not be time. For whatever reason, there seems to be some thread of fate being held by Zula. We have yet to see where it is within the loom.
But that does beg the question, do you hold his opinion so highly over your own Inquisition, your own people?
I don't hold it higher or lower. For me, I prefer to hear both sides of an argument before I can personally make my own decision.
That is a privilege that rarely occurs. You'll have to make choices with little information, with little time, with ramifications that can never be undone. Do try and not hesitate when they present themselves to you.
Just kind of looks down.
Have any good ale? Just towards the guards.
One in the back would just glare towards you. No.
Would you rather talk about ale or keep hearing what we're talking about?
It's interesting to hear the perspectives of the cartographers. We come from a variety of backgrounds, the same way that we do. Ultimately, we all fall into similar roles, and it's our duty to uphold them. As these duties have been well thought out by individuals far more wise than we, despite our own unique insights. It is not unreasonable to doubt those who put you into this position, especially if you are unwilling. None of us can relate. Still, at the end of the day, there is a call to do what you can to further our survival, to fight for those you love. Are you going to answer that call or question it and hesitate until it's too late?
I'm assuming they didn't see me throw a bomb at the big ass fucker. So
No. Not them.
And
I think
on
at this
that-
point, Dagny is actually going to reach into her bag and pull out, what was it? The book of chocolate coins.
Yep.
Can I have one?
Yeah, she's gonna pull out a handful, and she'll give one to Mayarks and to Rin. She'll take one for herself, and she will offer the rest to the Shire Guard Elite and to Garrick.
How does the big fish man eat chocolate? That is not in character.
I mean, we
You're
are
fine.
curious how masked people will eat.
I'll humor you. Yeah. Keep in mind, I'll describe, but I'm also saying something during this too.
Okay.
But yeah, they have like foil around them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just be slowly unfoiling it and getting to the chocolate and reaching up towards the side of my helmet to where the left tube enters in. Below that tube, I'm going to press down on a circular panel that is smoothed out on the curved helmet, causing the sound of a few gears turning to open up a compartment on the side of the helmet that is rectangular in shape, that only goes about, I would say, like what's about half a foot?
Half
6
a foot?
inches.
About 6 inches or so, yeah. And
How
I'll
much is
slot
half a
that.
foot? Half a foot.
Yeah, I'll slot that down. I'll slot the chocolate in and reclose the hatch.
Mirix takes off his helmet and eats the chocolate.
But yeah, I did want to talk as I'm doing this.
Yep.
On that note, I'm reminded of something Akoda spoke of regarding trust. Out
Yes.
there, beyond your walls, it is dangerous, and for the foreseeable future, we will be working together in this dangerous occupation. And we may not like one another and disagree on many things, but I will fight to keep you all alive. And all I ask in return is you do the same for me.
Certainly been doing the best that I can, but yes, I will do that.
I'll do what is best for the group. Do not worry.
The Shire Guard would put a closed fist to their chest and would give a nod collectively to you, Rin. We will live, fight, die, and live on beyond for your cause, cartographer.
Am I at will to command you to do things? Can I command you to speak with a little bit more happiness?
We have our directives to keep you safe. If you have anything to add upon that directive, which is reasonable at our own discretion, then fine. However, we tend to take our job with deadly seriousness, as failing to do so can have fatal consequences. I would recommend you adopt the same mindset.
That mindset
Again
will
with
kill
the
me.
straight lace again. This right here, and I kind of gesture towards their helmets, they are not who you are. You represent the Shire Guard, the kingdom as a whole, and the faith that the nation has within Zula. But underneath it, you are still human. You have a soul. You are beyond this metal exterior. I don't expect you to loosen up. You can still be a soldier and still maintain some form of humanity.
Just kind of puts hand up. Like me. Hello.
Dag, they make a persuasion roll.
Also, as a interesting note, this whole time, Garrick has been very intently and silently staring at the candy.
Can I help with that persuasion roll as well? Because I have perfect.
No candy for you.
I have
I offered one to Garrick.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, he has it in his hand and is actively staring at it.
Damn.
I will iterate that each of the Shire Guard accepted a token of chocolate candy each. But yeah, just roll persuasion there.
Can I give that advantage? Because I am actually fuck, what's it called? I'm good at it. It has check mark. It is good.
The remark that Dagny made was much of her own. It didn't add much to it.
Alright.
If anything, you detracted from it.
Fuck you.
Like me.
13.
You would see that the Shire Guard elite, the three of them, they would lift their helmets enough to where they're able to unfoil the chocolate and enjoy the little treat that you have given each of them. And they do seem ever so slightly more relaxed in their complexion, although they are not necessarily fully relaxing and making this buddy time. They're
Do I get a good look at their faces when they're doing that?
We need to know what they look like, damn it.
Mustache.
Give me your helmets.
You can
Commanded.
see, for the most, you can see the one who addressed himself as Thistle. He has kind of like a 5 o'clock shadow, and you would see he has well-kept teeth, somewhat like whitened compared to your average commoner.
He has the prestidigitation spell.
With a somewhat smaller nose, would accept the chocolate. The second one is very smooth face and has a more pronounced jawline, would eat his. And the third is he has something of a small mustache in the works, bit of a larger nose, and kind of your average jawline, and would enjoy the meal just as much. And you would see two of them speak up. My name is Osrare. A pleasure and an honor. And the third one gives a nod beneath his helmet. Godmare.
It was wonderful
hope-
to know you.
I hope you don't take offense to our line of duty, but we are in fact on active duty. This is not a social order. We need to keep you alive. Losing sight of the seriousness of our mission, even for but a second, can mean the end of humanity's chance to live through everything that they're dealing with right now. You don't have to like it, but we would appreciate it if you at least understand it. You are entitled to your own opinions. No person is without it. But we swore our lives, made oaths, and committed said lives to furthering those which we serve. And in this case, that's you. We are people beyond our duty. But in this situation, that is irrelevant.
I'll just kind of look to Rin and to Mayarks while I say this. You see how they act? You see how they are? This is why I have a closer relationship with my brother Dennis than I do my brother Felix. Because of this blind, albeit valid, faith in Zula and mission.
If
My
I
brother
ever
can
get
never
a hold of it, I'll thronggle it out to them. Do not worry.
What is this?
I fail to see how their professionalism and focus and commitment is such a negative thing for you, Dagner.
I don't say it as a negative thing, but it's hard not to focus on one thing and not another, but if you just focus on the one thing, you lose part of who you are. While I admire my brother and what he does, I wish I was closer with him. And I look at Garrick, just holding the gold coin, and I'll take it from him. I will remove the foil, and I'll say, "It's chocolate."
You have to take off the mask. Kind of like just thumbs up. You can turn away. We won't look.
What is chocolate?
Food.
It's food. It's good.
It looks like currency.
Not anymore. It is brown.
It
That's
looks
the
like
first thing
brown
we. That's.
currency.
It is
Just
sugar
try it.
and cocoa.
Eat it, or I will eat it.
He like breaks off a small bit, pulls up the mess slightly, and chucks it in his mouth. Yeah.
Do you eat the foil too? I want to know.
No, I took the foil off.
Unfortunately,
Damn.
the foil was taken off. This is very sweet.
That's the point.
Do not like it, but thank you for offering.
You're welcome.
Merrick's will just start slowly scooching towards where you are, just...
Just hands you the rest of the coin.
Yes! In character as well, yes!
Through all of the goings-on and discussions within the cart, you would reach the eastern gate, which would pave the way to hug the eastern mountain line, which would lead in the direction you need to go. You would disembark off of the city cart and would proceed through the gates over the increasingly weathered outer High Shire wall into the outlands, and would begin your on-foot journey towards this high crucible which was mentioned, continuing your conversations. And you would do well to hug along the border to
I can't look at it.
Hug
This
the-
is bullshit.
hug the path that Captain Garrison recommended you take. And the elite that are among you would take care to encourage this approach. It seems as though they do have some semblance of intelligence for navigating outside.
I'm also gonna try and instruct them on how to make nets, so I don't have to do it alone.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
They're not your fucking personal servants. They're soldiers.
And they will become a trained personal net maker.
Oh my god. Alright, just make a general intelligence check, I suppose, as you're
Oh,
trying to
God.
articulate the complex knot tying. And for that matter, Rin, gain a point of inspiration, because holy shit, very insightful.
Man, Garrick really should have brought so much more movie food to just watch all of this entertainment.
But how many nets do I end up making while we're traveling out?
I'd say by now you have your 5 nets created with the material that you
Yes.
grabbed.
Just after the failed explanation with a fucking 12.
While the net making is going on, I'd like to sort of just keep an eye out for any sort of strange anomalies or creatures that we come across.
I'd like to do the same.
I imagine everyone's doing that with their passives.
Exactly. Everyone roll perception checks as you're once again outside of High Shire's walls in the Outlands and are properly beginning a new cartographer excursion.
Mirix is as soon as he leaves the walls, Mirix is noticeably more attentive.
Wait, I just realized something. Why weren't you making nets in the cart?
I was the entire
He
time.
was.
Oh, I thought you like we got outside and started like handing rope to the soldiers like let's fucking have a knit session.
No, that was
Mm-mm.
after the insightful conversations.
Yes.
It was on the net.
Could I keep an eye out for like particularly nice pieces of I don't think it would be quite sticks per se, they'd be thicker than that, but basically large branches. That'll look nice.
It's among the you're going essentially against a stretch of mountains that are in almost a crescent formation that you're following along, and easily enough there would be a variety of small trees and shrubbery, and you would be able to get those sticks.
Fantastic.
What do we
Well,
see,
I now
Mr.
have all.
DM Daddy?
There would be, within the immediate following of Highshire's walls, a variety of outskirts, homesteads, hunting huts, and similarly run-down shacks that may or may not still be used by the Outlanders. Many of which that you have passed by are nothing more than piles of rubble. As you can see, there are paths of destruction that seemingly have erratic starting points and stopping points, as if something appeared in the thin air, made a wake of devastation, and as oddly as it appeared, disappeared altogether. And a lot of these homesteads, at least the ones that are more hastily constructed, stood no chance, and there's little left of them. Continuing forward in the coming hours, there is this similar distant singing of the rings. There's one particular ring, the closest of which looms over Highshire. You're now closer to than ever before. For those who were in the cart at the time when first entering Highshire, there was the young man who was asking about his missing father outside the walls, that spoke about one day climbing to the top of the rings and living there. And you can see that this particular ring that overlooks Highshire is over you, and you're really maybe only trek up the steep cliffs and mountains from actually seeing this, and it is massive. You can see that with every glimmer of sunlight, it has this iridescent shine to it. It's truly something that can occupy the mind's wonder. And it's no wonder that a lot of the cultural phenomena among Highshire's culture revolves around these things. And as the wind picks up, you can hear these enormous structures sing. And the tones they carry are almost celestial in the way they sound.
Are they
Fluttering-
celestial?
Well, you wouldn't necessarily know.
I mean, I
Yes,
speak celestial.
It's not talking celestial, it's
Okay.
just something with an angelic complexion to them. As if
You
someone
said the
playing-
key word celestial.
I'm just
As if
making sure.
someone playing the finest of harps in an erratic yet beautiful melody, as energy seems to channel through these rings in a set direction, being guided to the far south beyond your vision, and presumably off the coast into the sea from whence you came. Continuing forward, you would notice this. Oh, is there a marching order right now? Anyone who's taking the front line?
I'm as far forward as I can get.
Well, let's try and keep a formation here instead of you being like, I don't know, 20 or 30 feet ahead
I
of
mean,
us.
as far forward of the party as I can get.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
not just out of the fucking, like, not 40 meters in the future, just yelling at the distance, just like, nothing forward!
But yeah, I imagine we're kind of going in a almost circular formation because we have a lot of frontline people here,
Yeah.
with the exception of Dagny. So she's putting in the middle of the donut.
You are
All right.
the whole.
The Shire Guard would have one to the rear, one to the center area, and one towards the front to disperse their protection as best as they can. as they follow this formation you decide to take. And for those in front, I mean, there's a variety of flora and fauna alike that you see. As the sky is clear, you can see there is small, occasional groups of clustered stone that migrate across the horizons. These little bits of stone that seem to disregard gravity and do as they please, seeming to follow the crescent shape of this mountain line. And, of course, being in the shadow of the mountains, you would pass through a variety of small gatherings of bugs, which you'll need to swat away. Small little dragonflies and beetles and the like. And once in a while, you'll see something slightly larger, probably a larger beetle-like insect that will kind of buzz along with them, seemingly annoying the party at its own leisure.
I'm just occasionally using prestidigitation to create like a small puff of wind to like blow them away.
You do so, and most would be blown away at your hand, except for one particular creature, which doesn't seem to be fazed by it. It would whiz by your head every now and again. It almost appears as though a small little flying stone is among the insects, and as it gets blown away, the insects would disperse, but this small little stone would not. And with every passing glance that you get at this thing as it follows you, you get a increasingly better picture of it, until it would finally be beside you, Dagny, for but the briefest of moments. And you would see that this tiny little stone has a face and is observing you curiously.
The minute I see it has a face, I'm stopping in my tracks.
You would. And the Shire Guard accompanying you closest by would quickly pick up on you stopping. It's kind of a double take and is ready to act.
Nobody move!
What is it now?
I mean, does it look like a facsimile of a face, or does it seem like it can try? Can I try and talk to it?
You would get a clear look at it now for the few seconds that you have exchanging a glance. It's a small pebble-like object that could probably fit well within the palm of your hand. But it's almost as if a golem-like face was carved into it. And it has these small, beady, little pinprick glowing blue eyes. As though someone carved a more masculine human face into a rock and it came to life. And it would just stare at you curiously for a few seconds before, with blinding speed, dart out of your eyesight off to the left, and you're trying to find where it went, but you think it may have darted among the grass. You're not quite sure.
Hey, no.
Do you often attract bugs?
That wasn't a bug.
And what, pray tell, did it look like then?
It was some sort of magic stone with a face on it. I think
Okay.
someone's watching us, or at least watching me.
Would this be an arcana or a nature check to maybe try and have an idea of what it is / was?
Can I assist him on that?
It's really difficult because this thing is in motion and moves extremely fast. So I would just say your choice of perception or investigation.
Well, we just want to know about it, not necessarily go after it.
Yeah, that would cover that.
Okay, perception it is,
I mean,
I guess.
yeah, I can do that.
With your combined checks, it's really hard to actually get just a know of what this is because, truth be told, through readings, experience, or otherwise, no one in the party really has seen anything quite like this. This is quite the anomaly. And it's difficult to draw a conclusion. I mean, granted, something imitating human features is something you've encountered before with the strange elementals you experienced when you were hunkering down in the castle with Obosh on your first night. The energies radiating through Helios do seem to take on these kind of human properties to them. So that's at least some connection you can draw. Unfortunately, the elementals you encountered were hostile. This, however, it's a different beast, but conclusions can't be drawn.
I mean, it
Well,
wasn't actively attacking me, so obviously it was curious. Just don't know whether it was.
It is most likely it is simply a benign creature. After all, if something else or someone was looking through its eyes to watch us or you, would you not think it would try to stay hidden rather than buzz all around us?
regardless of what it is, if we could continue on and perhaps lose it, I think that would be best.
Stopping at this while we have limited time is probably not the best idea.
Yes,
Yeah.
don't go off the correct path. It's the last thing we want.
Right.
But a
My
curiosity
apologies.
it definitely is.
Right. My apologies. Let's continue.
You're completely within your rights to stop.
Mm.
It's a weird thing.
Mm.
And with
I
that,
would like to pet this creature.
I would like to make it my friend.
Hi,
Continuing
I would
on,
like to
you would-
make him my best friend.
continuing on, you would make your way, continuing along this crescent shape of this ridgeline that would border the territories of Highshire as you further and further venture out into increasingly unknown territory. Every once in a while, there'll be something you swear is darting through the edge of your vision, but you're not quite sure if that's that strange pebble creature again, or if it's your eyes just playing tricks on you, being overly raised and slightly afraid of anything that may move out here. But having that high perception, Garrick, you would see among the mountains higher up, there's the slight notice that you would take given your given who you are.
Background.
Yeah, given your background of there's movement among the higher ups of the cliffs that you're walking along. There's almost seemingly 3 humanoid figures that are moving along the higher cliffs. And just by getting a glance, they're about 300 feet off or so. They are.
Spyglass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
Make-
that's improved spyglass territory.
Who has that?
Him.
I do.
Garrick and
I
Rin
also-
have them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll take a
Yeah.
look, I guess. Get a nice closer look of them if I can.
You can see that there are 3 ruffian-looking individuals who have animal skins and a variety of strange materials. You can't really identify all of them that are composing their clothing, and they kind of have eyes locked on the party, but you can see that they're not advancing on you in any way. They almost appear to be outlanders, which you have heard of, but they kind of have these looks on their faces. They're concentrating on you a bit too hard for your liking. You imagine they're trying to get a read on you. And you kind of make the connection. You see the strong party as you appear to be, especially with Shireguard Elite here following you. They are keeping their distance. You imagine had circumstances been different, you may have had a closer encounter with them. Perhaps not one entirely pleasant. However, they are off in the distance observing, and while they have this sour look on their face, and just by looking at their faces, it seems like they do whatever they can to survive out here. They're not making an effort to tangle with someone they probably couldn't take on.
I'm curious. Looking through the spyglass, am I able to get a decent view of their faces?
Reasonably so, yes.
Are these any outlanders that I recognize and have dealt with previously?
Feeding through your fuzzy memories, you can tell right off the bat, just through the intuition of being an outlander yourself for so long, that there are good people out here and there are bad people. And it usually is outwardly apparent based on the equipment they carry, how they dress, and just the look in their eyes when they observe others out there in no man's land. And these immediately strike you as people who, given the opportunity, would not hesitate to rob you blind for their own survival. Definitely people that you wouldn't think twice about considering to try to avoid as best you can. Definitely of the bandit persuasion.
Well, looks like our guardsmen are doing a fantastic job already.
If only they weren't here, I would be able to fuck them up.
You'd also notice one of them is tucking their arm quite close to their side, almost as if to hide it behind their back. And you would recognize this as a common practice among a lot of those who live out here. He likely has an injury to that and is doing his best to not show that arm. He's probably injured, and getting a better look now, especially since you have the spyglass, you can see that there is a number of lacerations and damage done to his hastily scrapped together armor, if you can even call it that. He's definitely had some rough encounters out here as of late, and judging by the type of damage, you say it isn't human.
Be aware that if we do get into a tussle, we might get flanked. And I say this to the guards and to the party.
Not the
The
first
guards
time.
would give a low
The
nod.
group is not confident enough to challenge us. Let us move on.
Just give them a little bit of a finger of the middle variety and let's just head off.
No, don't give them the idea that we know that they're there if they can help it. Helps them make a mistake that way.
You'll say after staring at them with the spyglass.
Okay.
They're 300 feet up. They're not going to be able to see us that easily unless they also have a spyglass. Regardless, they're not coming for us, but something to keep in mind. Apparently a lot of things want to watch us now that we're out here.
Watch away.
Well, let's continue on.
Yes.
The garrison said we should make it before dawn. Or dusk? Dusk.
Dusk
Yes.
for sundown.
That was in character as well.
Continuing forward for well into the afternoon and taking the necessary time to catch your breath and feed on rations as you do. You would get to the far side of the stretch of this crescent shape of mountain ranges, passing beyond the largest central ring that looms over Highshire's kingdom until it's in the distance and moving forward. There's the occasional uptick of strange, almost ethereal energy that passes through the way of these rings. And you would hear their songs echo through these valleys continuing forward. And we'll go with one last round of perception checks from everyone.
What do your Goliath eyes see?
I don't see shit.
Well, I mean, we're up in the mountains. It feels like home turf, really. Apparently, I
Look
am
at
correct.
rock.
It does feel like home turf.
I
Can
recognize
you
that rock. I itched
But
my
Garrett, can you see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Look, being over 7 foot has its advantages.
Just
Wait, did I roll the same fucking number?
yes.
It was one higher.
I rolled like shit. That's a pretty rock.
Luckily, with the high perception of some of you,
Fuck you.
particularly the frontliners, the sun has burned quite a bit of daylight out of itself and is beginning its descent into the sky. And in the farthest reaches of this span of mountain range through the valleys, you would see the faintest of shapes among the peaks, which stands out among them. It is near the top of one of the larger mountains, and the silhouette would mirror that of something you would almost consider to call man-made, had it not been for the description that the structure you're after is constructed from Helios itself, and is of itself a wonder, much like the rings. You can see it now, far in the distance and obscured greatly through mist and cloud. There is a cathedral among the top peaks of these far mountains, on the farthest stretches of Highshire's outlands. You are effectively beyond Highshire's territory now. Anything beyond here is truly no man's land. And with some of you having good perception checks, you would get the faintest of perceptions from this structure. You almost see it glowing slightly, a faint green tint.
That's not very good.
Would this be the same shade of green as the monster that attacked the wall?
No, that was more like a faded bluish greenish, like a sickly color. This
Okay.
is vibrant green.
Okay.
Is things being vibrantly, aggressively natured?
So essentially,
A
our
good thing.
destination is 420 blazing it.
That is the waypoint that Azula gave us.
Just go here, fuckers.
I always love it when there's a seemingly important detail.
Is the,
that
is
has
the
been
shade
left
as
out.
is the shade as vibrant as the when this tower started floating?
That was blue.
In a similar fashion, that was more like a blue-green.
Yeah.
But it is comparable to that now that you make that connection.
Well, it's our destination anyway. Not like we can avoid it.
Oh, Garak, you want to know something fun that happened?
I can already tell by your tone that it is not going to be fun information.
Last time we were at the tower, it floated off.
That's because of the storm that was overhead.
Yes, but this tower still went up into the sky. That is not normal.
I mean, but this is different though. The tower got affected by the magic that's in the storm. This, the Heliosic stone, seems to be radiating magic off itself.
Either way,
Possibly-
magical
yeah.
powerhouses are not very fun to be in, so let's keep our weapons drawn.
Did
Yeah.
they not say that this group also had an artifact?
They did, but
Did.
who says that this group is still alive?
True, but that does mean most likely that that artifact is the reason for that color.
We
We will
also-
learn nothing standing here and talking.
We are not
Let's move
standing and
forward.
talking, we are walking and talking. You're welcome.
Yeah.
As we're observing, I thought
Yeah,
you were
as we're
all
getting
about
close,
that.
as we're getting closer, Dagny is gonna cast mage armor on herself.
Okay. You would do so. You would estimate that it's the better part of an hour's trek to get to that mountain and find your way to climb up. Just from the edge of your vision here observing this, it's hard to know for certain if there's an easy path there or if they found their way up the hard way.
How climbable does the wall look?
The wall?
How climbable? Not the wall. I mean, like the mountain, like mountainous parts, like the rocks. How scalable is it?
It varies a lot. It's hard to really tell just from this distance. But you imagine there are some parts that may be borderline impassable if you choose your footing poorly.
Um, given my origins, would I have any more insight on that?
Going off of what you know, you do, I mean, from what you understand, this particular mountain range you're less familiar with. But if you're to compare it to anything that you've experienced in your time, it would be a lot of the same conclusions, where you could find a way to the peak, and given that this structure exists, you imagine one has been created over time. But if you're not careful on how you find your way up, you may find yourself spending all day trying to get to it.
So
You'll need to be
basically,
attentive.
find a road or we're in trouble.
Find a path, or we're climbing up the side of a mountain.
Yeah.
I'm confident in my ability to climb, but not everyone else's.
Well, let's get going then.
Yes.
And through your conferring with one another, there would be a sudden pickup in wind,
Fuck.
and there would be a gust that blows through all of the valley.
Tying my weapons into my rope. Fuck. We've been through this song and dance before.
And continuing forward, you would. Where this passive wind would kick up again, as though another gust blowing straight down upon you. And going off of previous perception checks, you would see the clouds above you part. And there is a small, within how high it is, but very clear silhouettes of something coming out of the clouds. And upon your squints, whatever this thing is has wings and a long tail, a
Here we
long
go.
neck, and is probably 1,000, 2,000 feet above you at least. But with another gust of wind, it becomes evident that there is a very large creature that is high above you. And it's hard to say if it's looking down, or if it's looking for something, or if it's just passing by.
Stealth. Can I sneak?
There's definitely plenty of crag among the valley edge you're hugging, where if you wanted to suddenly take a stealthy position, you all could choose to do so.
Yep.
All right. Is everyone kind of ducking into cover?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Fishing
So-
out my spyglass for a better look. Once more.
I get to
Nat
roll
20!
disadvantage on stealth. Let's go.
I got a nat 20. Even if it doesn't see me, everybody else is fucked. God damn
So
it.
that's a very smooth 8.
4.
Oh yeah, we are the stealthy party. Let's go.
I'm just fucking invisible. Meanwhile, everybody else is just the marching band of fucking bullshit.
Turns out a black outfit on a snowy top of a mountain is not very good for camouflage, and neither is being over 7 foot tall.
No.
You fucking lumber-footed individuals of fuck.
Look,
It's
I
a
was
bit
born-
awkward. You would kind of dart between boulders and whatnot to maintain your stealth, to try to break a line of sight from this large winged creature that is high above you, and it's so small. Even with the spyglass, you can kind of get a glimmer of a color. You can see there is a striking red color throughout the entire body of this winged creature, and it's really hard to say because something in the sky, it's very difficult to give an estimation for how big it is, depending on how high. But you imagine it's very large. Very large.
Can I look back at my conversation with Garban about Dragon?
What was your conversation?
Generally, just can I try and perceive if this is a dragon or not.
Based on everything that you have heard about dragons and the myth that they are, this bears a striking resemblance.
We might want to fucking hurry. Oh, fuck your music.
Oh boy, here's where the fun begins.
Ow!
Everybody might want to break out in a sprint.
You would see one of the Shire guards speak up. What are your recommended actions?
Breaking out in the sprint towards the building.
Sorry, can you remind me what I was doing again? You kind of cut out for me.
For who?
No, what the big beastie was doing that...
It's flying overhead, and with your glimpse through the spyglass, you get a clear form that this thing is a deep red color throughout.
I have a question.
Yes.
Because in the picture here, there's looks like to be clumps of forestry. Is there any nearby us?
Within what you're going through, keep in mind this is the edge, like the very edge, if you can even consider it that, of High Shire's territory. So it's getting a little more crag-like. So it's less about what you're seeing right here, and it's more like this.
This, a battle map.
Ah, battle map. Whoa, I wonder why he's bringing out one of those.
Oh.
It's not a battle map, but run.
No,
Oh, I see.
running would just make us moving targets easier to discern from up high. Just stay still, let it pass.
Unfortunately, I feel like this is one of those situations where, regardless of how we choose to do it, fast or slow, we're going to need somewhere better than where we are right
Well,
now.
let's figure out the pathing on this thing. Does it seem like it's flying past us, or is it circling around?
Or is it going straight down?
It's making a very gradual turn, kind of almost like a crescent arc. Like it's departing away from the structure that you've been hugging and angling itself more towards the kind of like the center area of like the open valleys, but in the general direction of the High Crucible.
So in the direction we need to go.
Yeah.
Not directly, but generally, yes.
Well.
Sneak walking.
Yeah, try and get closer, and if that fails, fucking book it.
Yeah.
We
All right.
need to get that guy out.
Well, we need to get in there first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Let's focus on getting in there, then we can worry about getting back out again.
Yeah.
so we're just squat walking at the building.
All right. Going off your checks and using the limited cover you have to the best of your ability and kind of darting between boulders and small trees and shrubbery to the best that you know how, you would continue to dart your way in the direction of the Crucible. Granted that the thing you're trying to remain out of sight for is high above you, and the rocks you're darting between don't necessarily give you topical cover, so it's not in vain, but it seems to be not as effective as it could be. This song and dance would continue for a few minutes as it makes a variety of erratic turns, and you would eventually hear the echoing of you can only assume to be a deep, grumbling roar that shakes the mountains, that undoubtedly comes from this beast in the air. You imagine if this catches sight of you and has the appetite, there will likely be nowhere to run. And taking sight upon your destination, you can see that the green glow has become exorbitantly bright. Not necessarily bright in the fact that you're clearing the cloud and mist between you and it, but it almost seems like the whatever is causing this glow suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. And there is a bit of a shakiness to this power in the green light coming from the crucible. And very suddenly you would see it flare up, and before anything else even happens, you see a lot of the clouds suddenly part as if reacting to this energy. And there's a sudden green burst of power as there's a sudden green crackle of what you can only assume to be a release of tremendous energy in the form of a wispy lightning bolt as green energy comes shooting out of the crucible, tearing across the sky in the direction of the beast in the air, as you would hear the following. As an explosion of green light would strike this beast, and you would see it begin to plummet to the earth, lifelessly.
Well, that's as good a signal as any. Whoever did that is distracted. I'm gonna say we probably should run now.
Book
Yeah.
it.
You would see this winged creature plummet to the earth, and it takes a good while, better part of a minute, to descend. And you would see it impact into the earth just above a hill that, should you wish to take a detour to examine this, you certainly could, and it's on the way towards your destination.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Satisfaction brought it back.
Yeah, but the second part is kind of in the air.
We have a mission. Don't fuck with the birdie who fell. It's probably not dead.
We can come back for it if it's still there.
If it's dead, it'll be here when we get back. If not, we will have one less problem to have been dealing with.
One of the Shire guards would speak up. If that isn't dead, when it does come to, it certainly will make its way towards the Crucible. These are vengeful creatures by legend.
Ah, so you think it's a dragon too? Cool. All right, that's not terrifying at all. Let us go. And I want to be near the thing that shot it down.
Yes.
Continuing forward, I assume you're giving a wide girth to the impact site of this thing.
Nah,
Yes.
I'm just going as direct as possible, personally.
Alright.
Well, is it directly in the way?
Not directly, but again, it's a short detour to investigate. But it's ultimately your call.
Yeah, I think I'll pass.
Yeah, I'm not going towards it, but I will kind of glance back occasionally, making sure it hasn't really moved from where it fell.
Yeah, just
All right.
straight. Not trying to avoid it, but trying to get to that area ASAP.
Yeah.
Straight lines are pretty fast.
Right. Keeping your eyes set on the mission, you all would continue forward, trying not to get involved in the creature that now, assuming it even lived through what just struck it, would have a personal bone to pick with those responsible for shooting it out of the air as you all continue forwards towards the Crucible. This would take the better part of an hour, and within 15 minutes out of that hour, you would arrive at the base of the mountain responsible for housing this structure, and you would begin your ascent. And I presume you're all going to be adamantly looking for some sort of somewhat obvious way up.
Yes.
Yeah, like if there are people up on top of this cliff, there's got to be like a natural footpath somewhere.
Whatever constitutes a path that we could take.
Okay. Everyone make perception checks one more round.
You can't make me. 18.
Oh, that's
18.
persuasion. Fuck.
They're going to talk the mountain into showing you the way.
I mean, you still got an 18, so just add your score.
We'll
So,
keep your roll.
18
Whatever.
plus 2, so 20.
30,
On
20.
that 20. All right. Very nice. Sure enough, as detailed by the Inquisition, this particular part of the territory of Highshire, if it's even still considered that, has been long neglected, as it at one point was attempted to be colonized, given the advantages of personally occupying a structure made of heliostone. And there would be evidence of the once attempted venture to do so, as a rough, unkempt path would be evident through fanning out and finding a way up. And this climb takes a considerable amount of breath, as you're almost climbing up at a 40 to 45 degree angle the entire time you're along this path. It's winded, rickety, unrefined. Do you imagine with enough time they would have made this more of a zigzag wind to make it less steep? This would certainly be quite the trek for any horse and carriage. But for on foot, it's slightly more forgiving. For the graveled path, should you lose your footing, you wouldn't slip and fall down. Before long, you can see there is glimpses of a giant chasm that the road seems to be rapidly approaching. In getting this close to your destination, the faint green glow of whatever energy is carried here is more than evident. It's carried through the boundings of the walls of this canyon. And there's a settled, cloudy mist that seems to fester along the windings of this road as well. After some time, and as the wind picks up and a sharp coolness is felt within this mist, you would arrive at the base of a large and very sturdy looking but very old bridge that is 5, 10, 15, 20, about 25 feet across in width, and expands over the length of this chasm. And you would look down, going off perception checks previous, and you would see there is an old spatter of blood at the base of this bridge. Old and dried into its complexion. It's is made of old wood and rusted iron.
Wonderful. How dangerous does the bridge, like, is the spattering of blood, like, is it next, like, directly above that spattering of blood? Would there be, like, a broken rung or something?
There are no rungs on this bridge.
Oh, someone just got thrown off then. Cool.
Perhaps, but the blood tells kind of a unique story that perhaps they were damaged before meeting their end. Hard to know for certain.
Well,
Alright, I guess I'll cautiously test the bridge.
you are fat. You might.
You probably want the lightest people going first. Me and you are not that.
And as you say, I am expendable. So, actually, kind of.
I'm trying it. Because we're all going
Alright.
to pass, nonetheless.
take your-
And we have, yeah.
You would take your first steps onto this bridge, and it is remarkably sturdy. Any doubt you had about the integrity of this bridge is quickly washed away. And you can see, looking forward, there are, melding with the mist, there are these faint green embers that seem to float among it, and becomes increasingly dense the further this bridge goes towards your destination.
The bridge is sound. Let us proceed.
Can I touch an ember?
You would, and it kind of gives a tingle into your fingers and it disperses into your body and it kind of numbs your hands a little bit.
Avoid the wispies.
Hero was planning on eating one.
That's a horrible idea.
I presume that the party is now going to proceed along the bridge.
I'm going to avoid the wispies as best as I possibly can.
Dagny would hang back at first, like she's clutching on to her arcane rod, like she has it clutched to her chest, like she's
No.
seemingly afraid.
I know a bit about construction on wood, and this is one of those few situations in which giving some people some space is probably a good idea. Even if the bridge is sturdy.
Crossing.
All right.
Is Dagny still lingering behind?
There would be one of the elites that would bring up the rear alongside Dagny. And Dagny, you would feel a armored gauntlet rest upon your shoulders as one of the elite looks to you. We have your lead and we're by your side. No great feat has been achieved without courage.
Just one of you in front of me, one of you behind. It's I have a thing with heights. I just need to look forward.
We will ensure your safety, as well as the safety of everyone here. You have nothing to fear. And one takes the rear, and two kind of take almost like the side, and they're flanking our front runners, as I assume Rin, Geralt, and Mirks are instructingly going forward.
Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna let the other two go forward first and then be like third, basically.
I'm like, Dagny's like trailing behind, but she's holding on to the belt of the one that's in front of her.
All right. And you would continue forward and would proceed along this old Eldritch Bridge. And as you continue forward, the embers would grow more intense. The mist below, for those who dare to look over the edges, would churn with this strange eeriness to it. You can't see the bottom. And as you get closer towards your destination, just on the opposite side of this bridge, there would become increasingly obvious within earshot a thrum of unknowable power as you approach the High Crucible.
No, isn't this pleasant?
Don't see anything. Are you not supposed to see anything?
No, we're supposed to see something.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing a lot of things.
I'm seeing a lot of fuck that.
I'm seeing a lot of. There's no way I'm getting past that.
My token's right there. Why can't I see it?
Nope, your spot has vision.
There you go.
Well, I see people.
Oh, okay.
Forward I go.
Might I suggest someone who's charismatic take the lead?
That would unironically be me. I apologize if this offends you.
Oh.
Would I be able to recognize what kind of energy this is giving off?
Make an Arcana check.
I would like to.
Making sure Rin is next to me.
18.
This is really strange. You've never really seen something like this before. This is something else. An energy that is outside of your reading, outside of anything you've quite seen or heard of. It's such a hard read. And the immeasurable amount of power you can feel thrumming on the far side of this bridge is making you shiver to your core. Whatever's creating this is not something previously observed within Highshire or anything speculated. You would imagine that whatever these cartographers found is nothing short of extraordinary.
Yeah, just feeling the energy coming off this thing, like she can't move.
What was the name of the team we were searching for? 36?
63.
63.
Yeah, it's Cartographer Patrol 63. And through this intense green field, you would see on the far side, there are some humanoid figures that are mulling amongst themselves. One of them appears to be facing you over towards the right, and you can't really get a solid read, but they definitely, you would imagine, notice your approach.
I kind of hail one. I kind of put my hand up and kind of show my, probably like a 50-50 on how good of an idea this is, but show the mark on my chest of the armor that I got from the Inquisition.
One of the elites would study your approach as well to meet you and would stand at attention. And which one are you flagging? One down in particular? Over to the right you have a shorter looking fellow who appears to be more rough and well worn. Over to the left you have two. One appears to be taller, more ironclad, and there's the reflection of blue coming off of his skin, or rather scales. And behind him is a humanoid in this decadent robe that appears to be working on the apparatus responsible for channeling this strange energy.
I'm just going to hail the, I'm assuming Dragonborn.
Yes.
I'm gonna hail the Dragonborn and just, as is probably quite obvious, just shout, "Cartographers!" as signaling to us and them.
Yep. You would see the Dragonborn take a step forward and would shout over the roar of the intense machines. That is us! Who are you? Identify yourselves!
I would identify us as the cartographer group of 26.
26.
26. Here on
Patrol 26. Well met. We are 63. And this is our new sanctum. Thanks to our discoveries and good fortune. Have you come with word from the Inquisition?
Indeed, we need to enter, actually. Can we come in? Easier to speak.
If you look below your feet, you can see there are many creatures that attempted to get in, and all have failed. We're willing to let you in. You can prove that you're not one of these same creatures attempting a ruse. As you can imagine, many have attempted to get in here, and we're quite
before
wary.
he even finishes, I just summon the orb.
The Cartographer Corps?
Should I?
Well, that wouldn't prove anything.
It would.
No.
I don't know. I just show the insignia then that we got.
You mean the one of the Inquisition gave you?
Yes.
For
The Inquisition badge.
The Inquisition badge. Alright. I can toss it to you if need be.
You would never make it beyond this veil. I have to ask, what mission did they give you?
Prior to this one, we had to go find a guy.
The guy, how'd that go?
Win some, lose some. We won that one, but it was okay.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, pal. we're charged to reclaim this place, or at least investigate it. I think we did pretty good too. I guess that makes us both winners, huh?
Just kind of give a little laugh and... Can we come in now? Not trying... Just put my weapons on the ground, just... Not trying to deceive.
Oh. No, you don't have to do that. What's that? Are you with the elite?
They're an escort of some sort?
You kind of look over towards the person to his left and would, like, mutter something that you can't hear over the roar of the machine. And after some conversing, he kind of gives a nod. Well, if they're with you, then it must be important. I imagine the monsters wouldn't be able to replicate that. They never come outside the walls.
Just
All
take
right.
off my helmet and just... Good evening.
Don't get formal with me. All right, hold on a second. And he gives a nod towards the person behind him who would go to work on the machine. You can see he strains himself greatly, as you can see all of his muscles tense as he attempts an incantation towards this machine holding the veal. And there would be a sputtering burst of power and then a lowering as the beam preventing your access is temporarily obstructed, allowing access.
Oh,
He's
all
giving a
right.
very quick come on motion.
Just kind of jovial jaunt, like... As I am unable to move forward as the game is not allowing me to.
Yeah, Dagny seeing this is like instantly trying to run.
Hurry up, you little... Nothing. Just come.
Yeah, the elite bringing up the rear would push you in and they would usher you forward. And almost instantaneously as Dagny, you would clear the field, there would be a very harsh and you look behind you and you're right up against this thing and you feel your hair stand up as though weightless, and there's a charge quickly building among your strands. As
Yeah,
the elite would,
I instantly run for the stairs over here.
yeah, the elite would push you among that and would quickly get everybody there.
I just kind of walk towards the guy. Not that names are important for the cartographers, but I am Murex.
Well, names are important considering how often we die out here. The name's Titus. Pleasure to meet you.
Just extend my hand.
He would give a very hard grip with it and would shake it very firmly.
I would try and beat him out.
It's a bit of a contest to prove who has the strength, but ultimately he would give it before it kind of turns silly. So, the elite are with you, huh? Did they bring you here to, what, check up on us?
You have lost communication with the Inquisitors. That is not why we are here, but that is just an observation they made. Is there
We
any
have
issues?
come for your chaplain.
Sadrius. He's
That-
been
Yes.
doing honest work here. We couldn't have gotten this done without him. He's leaving now?
We need him.
We need all of you.
Look at what we've done. You want us to... I don't understand. You want us to abandon this thing now?
We've been told to bring you back to Highshire.
And we can get more people here and protect it better. A single group here is not nearly enough to properly protect it.
But most importantly, we need Sadrius for his skill.
You would see the dwarf behind you would kind of step in. I don't think they understand what actually is going on around here. This thing is... I mean, did you see that fucker that we blew out of the sky? I think they got it wrong. This place is incredible. Look at what we did. Why don't you go back, tell them what you saw, and they'll rethink their strategy. This thing, this place, look at all this. This is the best chance we ever had.
You know the Inquisition as well as I do. They're as blockheaded as it comes. They will not rethink it, no matter how many lies we tell, even though this is not a lie. This is impressive.
Well, your first mistake would be lying to the Inquisition. If you think them blockheaded, it's probably because you tried something stupid with them, isn't it?
It is not that, but
Are
needless.
you sure about that?
I mean, it probably is, to be honest. It's me, but we do need at least the priest. You lot can stay here if you wish, if you truly wish.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We brought enough rations to stay here for weeks, months maybe. If we're able to hunt among these mountains, which we certainly can, we direct one of these blasts into the mountain and electrify everything. Any goat, sheep, anything within who knows how many miles will drop dead. At that point, it's just a flower picking mission.
I have a question.
Who's that directed at?
I'm gonna direct it at, I guess, the dwarf, as
Alright.
seems
He
to
kind of
know.
nods his head really quickly. Oh, what's up?
Where's the source of all this coming from? That is a lot of power.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we found along the way. It's like I kind of had to see it to believe it. This thing is awesome, and believe it or not, it fit right into the inner workings of this place.
Do I remember if they wanted us to take it home with us?
Oh, they did.
Oh shit.
Well,
Continue.
are you sure you'll be able to hold this for, well, however long you feel? I mean, I know it all looks good, but I don't know, something about this just tells me that it'll run out eventually.
You would see the dwarf kind of scratches his head and thinks it over for a second. Well, if it has any signs of slowing down, I've never seen it. This place is kind of mysterious, you know. No, you'd have to talk to. I mean, maybe Sadrius would know, but more than likely, you'd probably want to talk to Morthos. She kind of knows everything about the doohickey in there. But you know, I'm just I don't know.
We shall go talk to Sadrius and the other one.
Morthos.
Morthos. Is that Sadrius right there?
No. Yeah. I mean, the name you got was Titus. Who was this guy?
Yeah.
No, this guy.
The wizard.
Oh, he's been busy with the machine. You haven't asked about it.
Who is he? Name's nice.
You would see that the man working on the machine would turn towards you, and he's about how it looks in the token. Older, longer haired, long beard that's graying in these decadent robes, and he places a hand to his heart and would bow. Catharon, I am an assistant of Sadrius, and we came here as a unit in the company of this cartographer patrol. Through our collective efforts and skills, we were able to get everything working here. I'm in charge of maintaining the machines that are here.
Perhaps we could learn more about it and bring this technology to Highshire itself.
It would be advantageous. However, we would require more of what we found here. And I'm not certain that anything that we could construct could properly contain the amount of power surging within the keystone.
Either way, you heading back and giving your reports to the Inquisition would help, and they'll probably send you back for more.
Well, if it's reports that they need, if you have spare parchment, we'd be more than willing to write a report here for you to give back to them. Dare we not abandon all we've accomplished here?
How's the wizard looking physically?
In good health. He's not looking sick or anything. He seems like he's concentrating hard on what he's doing with this. You can see there's a few etchings within the structure that he's actively fine-tuning. You imagine that lowering and raising the gate still needs some work, given it came up very quickly as soon as you guys came back through.
Yeah, I did want to see or get a better look without, getting closer and fiddling with these machines and wires and where they lead to and the like.
Okay, make an Arcana check as you're studying this thing. You can tell that among the talent of who they sent out here, be it the patrol, Sage Rias, or his direct reports, this is the culmination of what you can assume to be the apex of what Highshire understands about the arcane. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not these pylons that exist here are entirely of their own creation, or how they even got the resources to make it. Judging by the far one, you can see the age on the beams that are over on the farmost left one. You would think that at one point this type of machine was created or attempted, and they merely found it and used what they had to perfect it. More than that is not entirely clear. Either way, it's increasingly obvious that, assuming that these guys were responsible for creating this, which it seems the case, they are extremely intelligent.
But before we continue, we should probably give some final thoughts, because we are at 4 hours and 30 minutes. And we might want to save this for another time.
Yeah, if it's up to you guys. I'm good to keep going, but if everyone wants to get kind of a save at this point.
I'm fine with saving it here.
Yeah, it's probably best we stop and pick this back up, because it is
all
like,
right.
Whatever time it is here, it's 5 hours later where Jacket is.
He's probably closer to 5 a.m. over there.
He is dead.
20 to 4.
Yeah, man. He ain't playing games. All right. Well, with that being said, and gathering the information and surveying the destination you've come across, much to new revelations, we will end things here at the gates of the High Crucible. Well played, everybody. Like there was some fantastic RP moments there.
Before we finish off the recording, what would you like to say for final words?
Your mom gay.
Fucking hell, man. You always give the same one.